Good morning. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported overnight that the Buffalo Bills have finally signed second-round pick TJ Sanders to his rookie contract. Sanders signed for a deal at $10.6 million that has 94% of that contract guaranteed. This signing follows a flurry of other second-round signings around the league yesterday. NFL teams and second-round rookies appear to be coming to terms with guaranteed money in players' contracts. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, a massive contract for linebacker TJ Watt. He finally signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He signs a 3-year, $123 million deal with $108 million guaranteed. This contract makes him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the league for the second time in his career. Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, who's also in search of a new contract, will now be seeking a similar deal to Watt. Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports reported that Parsons will be looking for a deal in the $41 to $42 million per year range. Jones also reports Parsons is willing to participate in team meetings and individual drills at training camp, but will sit out the 11-on-11 drills. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car accident in Dallas last offseason. A Dallas County judge ruled that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years of probation and must serve 30 days of jail time during that 5-year span. ESPN's Adam Schefter said this can now allow the NFL to expedite their suspension process, and all signs point to this being a multi-game suspension for Rice. The Open is back underway this morning. Harris English is currently the leader through 2 holes. He is 5 under. 7 other players tied for second right now at 4 under. Scotty Scheffler yet to tee off. He tees off later today at 10-10. He is 3 under. Rory McIlroy through 2 holes is 2 under, tied for 13th. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Happy Friday. I was just given a little homework assignment. A listener sent something to me, and we've got to track it down. Because, to tell you what it is, sometimes you walk in and you're got something in the DMs or something in the email, and I'm going to go ahead and send you this video, Josh, and you tell me if it's true. A listener sent me a message and said that on Wednesday, Colin Cowherd predicted that if the Bills don't win the Super Bowl, they'll hire Nick Saban. I want to go ahead and, if that is something that has been said out loud by a person, I want to get that. So, is that true that he said that? I don't know yet. We're going to try and find that. Is that true? In reality, no. That is not going to be happening. There's no. Let's play the game. I don't know. What's more? No, that won't be happening. Good morning. How about that? It's like smelling salts in the morning. Friday, 6 a.m. Cowherd says that Saban's going to go to the Bills. What? Huh? No, he's not. Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. Just me for a little bit. We've got some guests along the way. Brian Koziel checks in at 6:30 for the latest on the Open Championship. Jeff Meadis at 7:45, also of Tee to Green. Tell us a little bit about the Duster Challenge, which is coming up later today. Great event here in Western New York to benefit PGA Hope. So we've got that coming up at 7:45. And at 8 o'clock, Chris Trapasso joins me from 8 to 10. So, Chris, formerly of CBS Sports, no longer with CBS Sports. You hear him on One Bills Live all the time. He's making the trip here in studio to join us and hang out from 8 to 10. Talk a little football, talk a little, whatever comes up. It's the Friday before the start of training camp. The Open Championship is on, so it's it's a golfer's dream to be up early, watching golf. This is great. I mean, I do enjoy getting up early to watch this. I see Bulldog's already up this morning tweeting about being up at 5 a.m. watching golf.
Bulldog yesterday had a day watching the golf.
Just what, from 10 hours, 12 hours?
I got home from doing the show. It's whatever, 11:15, 11:30. He's sitting there watching the golf. He's got coffee, or maybe honestly might have been a beer at the time already.
All right.
He's on vacation.
Hey, it's noon over there.
Exactly.
Or it's 2 p.m. over there.
So I leave my house right after I get home. I stop home quick. I do something. I leave for like 2.5, 3 hours. Come back. He is glued in the exact same spot.
Still there.
I leave again right after that for another 2 hours. I come back. He is glued in the exact same spot. And I'm like, dude, you just been grinding out here all day?
It's a lot of golf.
And he's like, I sat down at about 7 o'clock. I turned this on. It said 5.5 hours left. I said, all right, here I am.
There you go.
And I think he sat there all day yesterday and watched every hole.
I think this is one of the nicer. The Open Championship is not always visually appealing. I think this one's better.
It looks good.
I think it looks better, personally. So maybe that helps. Rory's on the course today. From what I understand about the Open Championship and the conditions right now, there's two groups. So he was up all day. He must have watched both groups. There's the morning group and the afternoon group. And the afternoon were the better scoring conditions yesterday, and right now are the premium scoring conditions. So sometimes kind of built into a golf event, for those of you that don't love golf or watch golf, maybe you don't care about this, or maybe you find this a little bit interesting. It's I don't want to make a comparison. I'll just say what it is instead of saying it's like home field advantage. Sometimes the draw you get on the weather can make a 2-stroke difference or a 1-stroke difference, whereas the field that went morning, afternoon shot 2 more strokes higher than the field that went afternoon, morning. So anyway, the guys out there right now are apparently in very good scoring conditions, and scores are starting to come down.
I think Fleetwood's birdied the first 3 or 3 of 4 to start.
I'm on. I've got my Scheffler action because I think he's going to win, and then I've got my Bobby McIntyre because I like the number a little bit more. Meanwhile, Bezuidenholt is out there, tied for the lead. Harris, English. We've got like 7, 8 guys at -4.
Yeah, it's a big log jam at -4 right now.
We're starting to get a lot of guys in this tournament, so we'll enjoy it. Brian Harmon putting for birdie in a share of the lead if it goes in, and it did not. It lipped out, so he missed. All right, yeah. We've got Koziel to talk about at 6:30. The only thing I would say about the Open, this is the part I don't like, is when we get to the final round, it's over by what, 1 p.m.?
Right.
Which can have its benefits. I spent a lot of time, well, not a lot of time, but some time yesterday complaining about the Sabres schedule not having enough afternoon action. And here's golf's version of that by being done earlier. So it's got its benefits. Justin Rose out there. Yeah, all right. We got the leaderboard's growing. The little graphic. Sometimes only 3 names, 4 names, 5 names. That thing is ballooned up to about 8 or 9 names on it. So, all right. Get Scotty on this course. Let him go to work. Meanwhile, one guy that's not doing well, and man, it is as predictable as the weather. Bryson DeChambeau is +6 last time I saw him hitting the ball.
I said it yesterday.
Yeah,
he's going to miss the cut.
He does not do well at these links golf events, and he is not doing well. So, living up to the billing, Bryson DeChambeau. So, Brian at 6:30. On the football side of things, there are a bunch of little news notes, and I've decided that from now on, we should, every story that's like, oh, what's going to happen with this about football in July, we should just dismiss. TJ Watt, signed, done. All right, what's next? McLaurin tomorrow. All the second-round picks, they're getting just bam, 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 whack-a-mole. TJ Sanders, in, signed. Great, okay. And we got some more guaranteed money for second-round picks and these little fights over $1 million in 4 years. They're all over. They're all kind of lining up and signing their contracts. So looks like all these teams that we wondered about their second-round picks, like, oh, that's all going to be fine. That's fine. TJ Watt's fine. McLaurin, we'll see. Trey Hendrickson, we'll see. Shamar Stewart with the Bengals. The Bengals have to be treated as a different kind of organization because, they try to, shortchange their players every time they can. So it's tough to buck that reputation when you keep doing it. So anyway, that's the news and notes. The NFLPA is going to be looking for a new executive director, because Lloyd Howell has stepped down. That's a complicated story about his role with a private equity firm, and also allegations of misconduct at a previous job. The Pablo Torre Finds Out podcast had done a deep dive on the NFLPA, and he stepped down. So, all right, now the NFLPA needs a new executive director. If you follow the labor side of the football world, that's something that's happening this morning as well. So there's plenty of stuff to get to, and I've got a couple of Bills topics to get to. The one thing I was going to open with it's a Friday, it's a weekend. I wanted to bring you a conversation I had right at the end of the show yesterday with Zach and Derek. Zach and Derek walk in, and this kind of struck me as, well, it's a Friday in summer, and it's I think a topic a lot of people can kind of relate with. So they're talking about their upcoming season of travel and trying to get to a football game to go see, whether it's a Bills road trip or a Sabres road trip. We have both those schedules now. You can marry those together. And Zach and Derek are coming in talking about the Bills bye week and who lines up where, and Syracuse's schedule, and talking about going to a football game. And I don't know which one of the two of them, but it might have been Derek or might have been Zach, whichever. Never been to a big-time football game. And they're talking about going to Syracuse. And I said, as the Syracuse grad, go somewhere else. Like, all due respect, like you can, it's an easy trip. The Carrier Dome's an easy trip. There are lots of easy trips, though. And if you want a really, truly big college football atmosphere, it's something that I wish I'd been doing every year the last 10 years, because I've not been to the Big House in Michigan. It's right there, right? You could just drive 4 hours. Maybe cutting through Canada's gotten more difficult over the years, maybe not. I've done that before for other Michigan trips, but the idea that there are a lot of day trips, there are a lot of fun little trips where you can get real good bang for the buck on what you can get. I've been to an Ohio State game. That's 5 hours. Penn State's 4 hours. If you want to throw Syracuse in that bucket, which I did not do, but, they're on the way back. They're building it. It's 2 hours. A lot of bang for the buck trips from here that are not that bad. And I was trying to think of if you could tell another sports fan, like the best day trip you could take from here for bang for the buck. What is it? You could maybe do a Yankee game. Let's do a one-night overnight trip instead of day trip, because, driving 4 hours to Penn State, watching a game, 4 hours coming back, that's a heavy lift. But a one-day day trip, you get a lot of bang for the buck. And you don't have to get on a plane, which, if you want to, that's great too. But Yankee Stadium, you can go. I've done that before. Drive in, go to a Yankee game, drive home. Drive into New York for whatever it might be. A Jets game. Went to a Jets game not too long ago. And it's just kind of nice to have all these options. I know, we've got, of course, the Bills and the Sabres, but if you're someone that wants to check off a lot of boxes, I've done most of the baseball stadiums in the Northeast because, well, in some cases, it's been about checking off a couple boxes, like doing both Chicago's, Cincinnati, and Detroit on one trip. Kind of swinging through the Northeast, and did a 4, 5, 6 day trip to do something like that. Penn State, Michigan State, Michigan. There's a lot of really good opportunities to go see whatever, top-level sports. If you want to talk about, maybe it was Oakmont for the U.S. Open. Maybe it's Oak Hill for a previous PGA championship, or it's Bethpage Black for the Ryder Cup. There's a lot of stuff going on around here, and I kind of appreciated that they were, I wanted to thank them for wanting to go to Syracuse, and Fran Brown's doing a great job with the organization, with the program, I should say. But Penn State, to me, Penn State is pretty darn good. 100,000 people, beautiful scenery. The drive's not bad at all, and affordable, accessible. The kind of thing where you can just get there. I always tell people to go to the Derby. Maybe that's a 2-day trip. That's a big, long drive. Drive to Cincinnati, then the next day go, and then the next day drive home. But there's lots of stuff, And for Bill's road trips, that's the other thing I get asked a lot. Like, you got any road trips this year? And a friend asked me that yesterday. What Bill's road trip you taking? And I don't have anything scheduled yet. My last Bills road trip remains London. And that's a long time ago. The last time I saw the Bills on the road, I think it's London, when EJ plays. It's kind of embarrassing how long ago that is. Which game are you all planning on going to? Do you have your accommodations already booked Like, as you look at the Bills' road schedule, there's a lot made about the final year at Highmark. And the final year at Highmark is going to be celebrated. This is not the final year of the Bills traveling, but there are a couple spots they go to that they have not been in a while. And if you're someone that makes these pilgrimages to New York or New England, or maybe you do the Miami trip every year, maybe you've been to Nashville, like, what would you advise a Bills fan to do for your Bills road trip? You should go to, I'll tell you what, I went here, and this is where you should go. I tell Joe all the time, he's been to a couple different places, and I tell him that the Miami trip is something that every Bills fan should do. Like, it should be a bucket list item. You should knock it out at some point. You're looking at this year's schedule, next year's. You know Miami's going to be on the schedule, so maybe you fade it just because you think, well, I'd like to get to Nashville first. I'd like to see a game in Vegas. I don't know what you might think. Last time the Bills went to Vegas, it was COVID, so you couldn't really get there. You couldn't get into the stadium to watch them. But what's the best Bills road trip of the year? You got the division games, Atlanta. They've never been to a game in Atlanta. I feel like a lot of Bills fans have the tie-in to Atlanta because, well, that was going to host the AFC Championship game, neutral site game, if they beat Cincinnati. But they didn't, so that never happened. The Bills' date with Atlanta was postponed. Carolina feels like Bills Mafia is going to absolutely siege the city, overtake Carolina for that game. They don't play in Kansas City this year. If you've been to Kansas City, I often hear very positive reviews about the experience there. Houston, I don't have a lot of reviews of Houston. They've been there a couple times. They went last year. They went in the playoffs. Pittsburgh, easy one, accessible. Cleveland, another takeover this year, Week 16, just a takeover because it'll be late in the season. So it's not the sexiest Bills road schedule, but, you know, you've got some accessible ones. A lot of very limited travel, a lot of familiar faces, and the two exotic, if I could use those, that haven't happened a lot. It's Atlanta and it's Carolina. Those are two stadiums that Josh Allen has not yet played in for the Bills. He's got 3 in total. Those are 2 of them. The other one's San Francisco because the game got moved. So as you travel your road trips, if you are a Bills road trip aficionado, what's the best trip? 803-0550. Where have you been that had the best atmosphere? Where have you been that was the best trip, bang for the buck, and maybe would you have a spot you think is overrated? Give me a call, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you got a thought on that. Bills road schedule. So much can be made about the home schedule. And we had a caller last week or earlier this week, the days, they blend together for me, talking about the home schedule, which games would be the most highly sought after. And one thing we might get out of this year's home schedule that's different is the late season, let's say that Jets game. That Jets game, there might not be anything on the line. It's week 18. Right? Could they have already locked up, hopefully, the 1 seed? Could they have locked that up? And we're thinking, all right, now it's just the last game. Rest your starters. Maybe that game is packed because for a lot of people that will be, I'm not making the playoff game. This is my last chance to see Highmark. So the atmosphere at Highmark this year should be great. Closing out the stadium, a farewell tour, and a season that, fully expects to have more games at Highmark once the regular season ends. And I heard yesterday Mike Shope had a guest on, Alex Gold from Kansas City, about the chase, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, all that. And he's of the belief that the Bills indeed have the inside track for the 1 seed, which I think a lot of people might think that as well. I think the Bills are the most likely 1 seed based on strength of division, based on their own home road split. And here's Alex Gold in Kansas City talking about the Rashee Rice suspension, whenever that comes down. That's going to ding them for a little bit. So does that add 1 loss to them? Be early, meaning instead of the Bills chasing the Chiefs, it's the Chiefs chasing the Bills. The game at Highmark last year between the Chiefs and the Bills was about keeping the 1 seed race alive. What if it's week 9 and it's Sunday afternoon and we're looking at the Bills there taking a 2-game lead on Kansas? Win and you're up 2 with a tiebreaker. It would feel like a 3-game lead. This chase for the 1 seed, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. And the schedule is early on light-ish. Baltimore early on, big one. Then a lot of games, people are going to expect them to just kind of like knock down the next few opponents until they get to Kansas City. Until they, step forward trying to get that 1 seed. And that would be something else. That would be a new level of pressure, I think. Because Detroit had that last year. Detroit has the year where they're on the rise, up and coming, they get the 1 seed, and they lose their first game. And that disappointment probably hits a lot differently. I'm watching the quarterback series on Netflix, and the parts about Jared Goff, man, the parallels between Goff and Detroit and Allen and the Bills, listen, they're not perfect mirror images of each other, but there are some parallels. A guy that, for the Bills, for Allen, plenty of people did not like him in the draft process. You had that one scouting report called him a parody of a prospect. And, Allen caught some flack like a lot of guys do in the draft, but it stuck with Allen, and the Bills get him, and he's amazing. And, of course, the overrated stuff. And here's Goff in Detroit. He's cast off by his organization, the Rams. Then he beats them in the playoffs. And in Detroit, they just, I'm learning this, they just chant Jared Goff at events. And how he's embraced by that city. And that's an organization kind of like the Bills that wandered the desert for a long time. And now they feel like they're a competitor. Their coach came in, changed the culture. And they're new kids on the block. Not anymore. They're good. They're consistently good. They got the 1 seed and they lost. And if that happens to the Bills, it kind of circles all the way back to that ridiculous Nick Saban point, which, Josh, hopefully you can find it for me. If you can't find it, maybe not your fault. I asked the person to send me a link to when it was said. But, I almost want to ask, what happens if they don't win it? What happens if the Bills do not win the Super Bowl? That's a conversation that we'll probably get to throughout the year. Anyway, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Little sampler platter of stuff if you want to jump in here on WGR. Jeremy and Joe. Joe out today, back on Monday, as training camp is, 5 days away. We're 5 days away from the start of training camp, and TJ Sanders is in, and I'm thinking road trips. I'm thinking about trying to find one of these road trips to actually try to pull off. The Carolina one seems like a good one. The Atlanta one seems like a good one. The division's always there. But I'm getting the itch. I'm getting the itch to get out for a Bills road trip. I've had it for a couple of years. The arrival of young kids, a little more challenging, but London. I also have bad luck. Maybe I shouldn't do it. I've seen the Bills win on the road exactly one time, and that was when they were 4-12. They beat the Dolphins. It was a great day, I guess. They kept the Dolphins out of the playoffs. They're 4-12. But Miami is great. Miami is, you've got two different kinds of road trips. You've got the one where you are surrounded by Bills Mafia, and it feels like you are an invading army taking over a stadium. And then you might have the one, I don't have this experience. This seems more like the Kansas City trip, where you are one of very few that gets in. There's no takeover. It's you, small band, against the world, against all of Arrowhead. Road trips. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. At the Open Championship, it is Harris English that is at the top of the leaderboard. -5 through his third hole today. Justin Thomas out there. Love the whatever. It's a major championship. It's important golf. I did rank it 4th recently.
Rory just hit a tee shot into like the smallest bunker I've ever seen. Like, of all the things he could have hit it into, it went into that bunker.
I got to learn how to play out of the sand soon. It's on my to-do list. They're pretty good. These pros like it. You get them in a bunker as long as they're not, dead up against the lip or the wall of one of these pot bunkers. They're fine. They can play out of bunkers all day. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. NFL drama settled. Lots of it. Lots of the contract stuff. Maybe the PA stuff is new. We'll get to Brian Koziel on the other side. A wrap of round 1 of the Open Championship. And then also round 2. Chris Trapasso joins me at 8 o'clock. plenty to get to on this. It's not quite a football Friday. It could be a football Friday. I have a stat of the day for you on Mike Williams, who has announced his retirement. That is blow your doors off stat of the day material. So that's coming up. We'll have some fun along the way. Jump in, 803-0550. Any question you want, you throw it our way. Any comment you've got, throw it our way. Maybe the whole what happens if they don't win it. McDermott, Bean, what happens if they don't win it? Because a lot of people think they've got a real good shot this year, myself included. Jeremy and Joe, no Joe today. You can join 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. Were you shocked? I mean, if we can go back to the start of the offseason, do you end up shocked that Byram is still here and now has a 2-year extension?
Yeah, I think if you go back to like April, probably. I mean, as it went along throughout the summer, no, but definitely if I went back to where it was in April, I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he was going. But I guess, the Paterka thing changed and couldn't find something they like, and here he is for 2 more years.
Do you think the Sabres were more willing or more eager to trade Byram, but the Paterka deal was the one that ultimately came to fruition, so that's the one they did?
I think so, because I think they ultimately got what they wanted in the Paterka deal, too, and that's the right shot defenseman. I don't think they were going to get significant value in that type of player back using Byram. And they said, and a lot of the insiders said, like, they really wanted to keep Paterka, so I think once that whole situation started to unfold and then the Utah, option with Kesselring, presented itself, they, decided that's the path they're going to go. And then they were so open moving Byron for something else. But, I guess it wasn't really out there. It wasn't, what they expected, which I'm a little bit surprised. But at the same time, maybe I'm not surprised. Teams are, I don't want to say smarter these days, but they have, everybody has numbers now. So everybody kind of sees all the same things that, you hope people don't realize that he's more a little bit of a Darlene merchant, but, teams notice those things too.
For Bill's road trips, that's the other thing I get asked a lot. Like, are you getting road trips this year? And a friend asked me that yesterday. What Bill's road trip you taking? And I don't have anything scheduled yet. My last Bill's road trip remains London, and that's a long time ago. The last time I saw the Bills on the road, I think it's London, when EJ plays. It's kind of embarrassing how long ago that is. Which game are you all planning on going to? Do you have your accommodations already booked? Like, as you look at the Bills' road schedule, there's a lot made about the final year at Highmark. And the final year at Highmark is going to be celebrated. This is not the final year of the Bills traveling, but there are a couple spots they go to that they have not been in a while. And if you're someone that makes these pilgrimages to New York or New England, or maybe you do the Miami trip every year, maybe you've been to Nashville, like, what would you advise a Bills fan to do for your Bills road trip? You should go to, I'll tell you what, I went here, and this is where you should go. I tell Joe all the time, he's been to a couple different places, and I tell him that the Miami trip is something that every Bills fan should do. Like, it should be a bucket list item. You should knock it out at some point. You're looking at this year's schedule, next year's. Miami's going to be on the schedule, so maybe you fade it just because you think, well, I'd like to get to Nashville first. I'd like to see a game in Vegas. I don't know what you might think. Last time the Bills went to Vegas, it was COVID, so you couldn't really get there. You couldn't get into the stadium to watch them. But what's the best Bills road trip of the year? You got the division games, Atlanta. They've never been to a game in Atlanta. I feel like a lot of Bills fans have the tie-in to Atlanta because Well, that was going to host the AFC Championship game, neutral site game, if they beat Cincinnati. But they didn't, so that never happened. The Bills' date with Atlanta was postponed. Carolina, feels like Bills Mafia is going to absolutely siege the city, overtake Carolina for that game.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reports overnight that the Buffalo Bills have finally signed second-round pick TJ Sanders to his rookie contract. Sanders signed for $10.6 million, and 94% of that is guaranteed. Signing follows a flurry of other second-round contracts from yesterday around the NFL. It appears that the NFL teams and the second-round rookies appear to be coming to terms with guaranteed money in the players' contracts. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, a huge contract for TJ Watt. He signs 3 years, $123 million with the Pittsburgh Steelers. $108 million of that guaranteed. That makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car accident in Dallas last offseason. A Dallas County judge ruled that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years probation and must serve 30 days of jail time during that 5-year span. ESPN's Adam Schefter said that this can now allow the NFL to expedite their suspension process, and all signs point to a multiple-game suspension. In golf, the Open Championship is underway. Harris English, the current leader, under 5 under through 3. Scotty Scheffler tees off today at 10:10. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Get to Brian Koziel here. Goes to Tee to Green in a moment for the Open Championship. The weather today, you walk outside. If you are going to be outside early on, it might even be quarter zip weather. 57 degrees right now, on the way to being 78 later today, but 57 right now. So, a little chill in the air. The oppressive, humid, air you can wear we've had for a while. Gone for a bit as we get into some cooler temperatures. Also, was yesterday yet another it's supposed to rain and it didn't? I feel maybe it's just my house.
It rained yesterday.
Not in my house.
It rained.
Where?
By me. I'm right down by you.
Where you rained at your house? It did not rain at my house.
Certain that it rained at
did
my
not.
house.
We lived a mile apart. It did not rain at my house.
That's crazy. You're in a pocket.
I guess so.
You've got a bubble.
We're on the 12 straight days of, maybe some rain today, and I'll clean up and cover stuff in the backyard, and no rain. Wow. It rained yesterday, all right? It's news to me.
Yeah, I feel like it poured yesterday on me at my house. I was definitely out, maybe further from home, and it rained, for sure.
I went to the driving range. I was outside with the kids. Yeah, I don't know. No rain. Not for us. I've got a special pocket, like you said. No rain pocket. Brian Koziel, host of Tee to Green, here on the Wester Hotline as we look into round 2 of the Open Championship. Brian, good morning. Round 1 was what? Take anything away from it? It was not exactly the Oakmont Challenge. It feels like these guys are going to be able to go low, and already today seeing some lower scores and some not so big surprises to see Scheffler in it and see DeChambeau out of it.
No, I think we talked about that yesterday, that Scheffler was coming in. He hasn't had an outstanding track record in this event, but I thought he would be right there, and he put himself in great position going into the first day, just one off the lead. So he's in a prime spot to, give himself a chance to win another major. And I didn't expect DeChambeau to really be a strong contender. Just because of how he plays, and he hasn't been able to adjust to kind of what you have to do at the Open, which is hit all sorts of different types of shots. I feel like he's very regimented in terms of how he wants to play, and it was a mess yesterday. But, overall, I thought there were a lot of big names that kind of rose up there. Scheffler was one off the lead. McIlroy's under par. Anybody that's under par has a great chance to win here. The leader going into the day was 4 under, and we now have a couple of players that or actually just one player, Brian Harman, who's a former champion of this event, at 5 under. So I think if you're under par right now, you totally have a case to win it, and obviously most of these players either have their entire round or most of their round to go here. So I like the conditions. I like the way the course looked on TV. I think yesterday you got a little bit of what you like about the Open. All of a sudden the announcer's like, oh, we're expecting maybe a shower to come, and then all of a sudden it's like sideways rain for a half hour and the umbrellas are out. And I like having a little bit of that at the Open, because I feel like that always plays a factor into it. And the conditions change too. The greens got slower because of the rain. The wind can adjust what you're going to have to do with your shot. So it had a whole bunch of little elements of all in one day of what I feel like I like watching about this championship.
Right now at Royal Portrush, the sun is shining. I can see shadows of players. So the Open sometimes gets a reputation for always being cloudy and rainy, but right now it looks downright pleasant. And Justin Rose is in a T-shirt. So these players right now getting the benefit of better conditions. Forecast for the week, Brian, is it more rain? Is it supposed to be, your typical British Open for the most part?
I think it's supposed to have like a chance each day. From when I saw it yesterday, it was like 55% each day. And I think that's probably what we're going to see is what we saw a little bit of yesterday. Yeah, tomorrow 60%, Sunday 65%, and temps in the mid-60s. So I'm sure we're going to get, it'll rain a little, then it'll be sunny, then it'll be cloudy, then it'll be windy. I think we'll get a little mixed bag of everything, which is okay. But there's nothing on the forecast that says like it's going to be a disaster or something that's going to stop play or anything. So I like it. Right now we are getting a lot of sun as I'm watching the coverage. So
I want to say,
that's good.
It's a very small point for the big golf fans. This might be the sunniest moment in Open Championship history that I'm watching right now. Really, here's Rory chipping and shadows everywhere and bright golden sunshine. So a nice development. Brian Koziel joining us on the Western Hotline, host of Tee to Green. And as we chat about the Open Championship here, the final major of the season, Brian, the live crowd. No DeChambeau and Rahm in the mix, I guess. As you look at the leaderboard, I see a few more no names than I do see. The rival tour.
Yeah, I don't know. We go back and forth about is live making these guys worse is not the right statement. Is live preparing them for these big time events?
Is it dulling their blade? How about that?
That's I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I think that's good. These guys have to come in and play in tough conditions for 4 straight days. And yesterday's rounds, by the way, the McIlroy's group yesterday with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, their round was nearly 6 hours. It was like 5 hours and 50-some minutes. So, it is a grind out there. And, Live is not set up for that. It's set up to be more of what they signed up for, which is maybe a little bit more easier. The shotgun start, everybody is kind of playing at the same pace, and it's a little quicker, and it's only 3 rounds instead of 4. It's not to say that Jon Rahm can't overcome that or Bryson DeChambeau can't overcome that, but we've seen a lot of players just in general here since Live started, kind of, as you say, their blade is getting dulled. When's the last time Dustin Johnson has been relevant? Yeah. He was a player that was supposed to be great. When Cam Smith left,
he was up and coming. He was amazing.
We were thinking like, oh my goodness, this is a top 3 player in the world. And not only he hasn't even done anything on Live necessarily, and even these majors that he is in, he hasn't been a factor in any of them. So, I don't want to just jump and say, well, if you play live, you can't play well in the majors. But I feel like there's a lot of evidence now that the majority, and again, we can probably throw DeChambeau out and maybe a little lately with Rom out, but overall, they don't step up in these events, even given the opportunity.
Brian Koziel on the Western Hotline. Brian, tell us what's going on with the Duster Challenge. I know that's coming up. It's something you guys at Tee to Green are a big part of, and it's a very important event locally. Yeah,
thanks. We actually have it tonight. It's our event is tonight, and it's sold out for another year, so we're happy. We have 108 putters going tonight at Glen Oak. I was actually over there yesterday with Jeff Meadis. I actually think right before you had a lesson with him, we designed an 18-hole course with the superintendent over there, Matt Bush, and the one of the pros, Anthony Shiro, and we make an 18-hole putting course, and we get 108 golfers tonight, and we raise money for PGA Hope, which gives military veterans an opportunity to kind of adjust themselves back to coming back to being a normal citizen, and we do it through golf experiences, or also if they have any sort of disability that they need some sort of different equipment or help in order to aid to get them to enjoy golf again. That's where some of the funds also go to provide it. But we go from 108 golfers down to the top 16. We make a quote cut, and then we do mini 9-hole match plays, 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, and so on. All the way to eventually a champion at the end of the night that we claim is Western New York's best putter. So we have lights at the end of the night, music going. Peter Gourmet is going to provide dinner for everybody, and it's going to be a great night, and weather looks perfect. So we're excited for that tonight. I know Bulldog and Owen are participating tonight. They're our WGR celebrities for this year, so we're happy to have them putting tonight. So, Owen, I hope you're ready to go. It's going to be fun.
Very good, Brian. Thanks very much. And Tee to Green tomorrow is?
Tee to Green tomorrow, we're at Niagara Falls Country Club in Lewiston. The final round of the Porter Cup's going on. If people want to go watch golf today, they can do so. Tee times start at 7:30 and run all the way through, I want to say, early afternoon. The men and the women are up there. Mostly top-level college players are playing in this event right now. But that's happening. This is the 66th edition for the men and the 12th edition for the women, and they're playing simultaneously. So if you go up there, you would see them all up on the course. But a lot of top players, players from Duke University, Notre Dame. I know Anthony Delisante, the New York State men's champion, amateur champion, is up there. He's playing as well from Valparaiso. So players from all over the country. And the course played super hard yesterday. There's only 4 players under par in the entire event. Yesterday was a tough day to golf, if anybody did, because of the wind. And that's what's happening. So today's round 3, and we'll be up there tomorrow before round 4. 2 hours, 7 to 9. We'll have some on the Porter Cup, and obviously a lot on the Open Championship as well.
Very good. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys. Have a great weekend.
Brian Koziel, he'll be on Tee to Green tomorrow, as you just heard. And the Duster Challenge tonight at Glen Oak. Bulldog, Owen, you guys are going to be out there. You're a team here, a 2-man team? Now how this works with the Duster Challenge?
I think it's a solo situation where it's kind of I think I'm playing against him. I think I'm trying to beat the old man.
Who goes first? Who gives the old teach? Who gives the line?
I'll help him out if he needs it.
18-hole putting courses set up on giant practice greens are a ton of fun. They had one of those when I went out to play Pebble Beach, however many years ago. It was there's a little 9-hole course called the Hay. It's a Tiger Woods designed 9-hole course with the longest holes, like 105 yards. Some are 40 yards. It's a very casual but beautifully kept course. And they had an 18-hole putting course, really fun. A lot of, it's a really good putting green. It's got enough, undulations to give you an 18-hole course. So to everybody out there for today for the Duster Challenge, great cause and, great to mention. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Mike Williams retires. When we return, I've got the stat of the day on him. Stat of the day on Mike Williams, among other things. Chris Trapasso joins me at 8 o'clock as we dig into some Bills training camp preview stuff. First practice on the way Wednesday. TJ Sanders signed, and he'll be there on time. So all camp drama pushed aside. 803-0550 to join here on WGR. For Bill's road trips, that's the other thing I get asked a lot. Like, are you getting road trips this year? And a friend asked me that yesterday. What Bill's road trip you taking? And I don't have anything scheduled yet. My last Bills road trip remains London, and that's a long time ago. The last time I saw the Bills on the road, I think it's London, when EJ plays. It's kind of embarrassing how long ago that is. Which game are you all planning on going to? Do you have Stat of the day is about Mike Williams, who just retired. Which Mike Williams? There have been a couple of Mike Williams in the NFL. This is the one drafted by the Chargers, 7th overall in the 2017 draft. His career's already over. Says that's it. So the stat on Mike Williams. The stat is, and this came from Dave Clausen, who tweeted this out. Mike Williams in his 2021 season, just 2021, Mike Williams had 6 game-tying or go-ahead touchdown catches in the fourth quarter or overtime, the most in a single season in NFL history. So in 2021, 6 game-tying or go-ahead touchdown catches in the fourth quarter or overtime, the most in a single season in NFL history. So he was a big moment kind of guy, at least that year he was. 2 guys that jump out at me. 3. Torrey Holt, Marvin Harrison Sr., and Hines Ward. None of them had 6 in their career. And here's Mike Williams did it 6 in one season. His career was, what? He was always hurt, back injuries. Feels like a 7th overall pick. Retiring now, age 30. He's getting out while he can. 2 1,000-yard seasons. He only had 1 season of more than 100 targets. He just never really got off the ground. If you had him in fantasy, you probably played him all the time and came away disappointed, hoping they'd throw to him more. He was a great jump ball guy. He was a great contested catch guy. But it's over. He went to the Jets last year. Remember, he was called out by Aaron Rodgers against the Bills, right? And it's over. So Mike Williams, out. Retired. How many Mike Williams have there been? There's that one. There's the Bills one. There's the other Mike Williams that went to Syracuse. And then there's another one somewhere in there. This is the one that went to Clemson.
This is like that census website. You ever look up like your name?
I've not done that.
Really?
No.
Oh, you can look up your name and see how many people have your name.
How many people have responded to the census that have your own name?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
I haven't looked in a while. I'll take a look right now.
Committed to memory?
No.
Which one of the 3 of us would have the most people sharing the exact same name?
Ooh.
Well, we already know you have 2, kind of.
Who's the second one?
Jeremy Allen White?
Well, yeah. So one other one.
Oh, well, right.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
2 of
2
you.
total.
There's 2 of us.
That's a good question.
Which of the 3 of us has the most people with the same name? I'm going to say it's going to be Josh.
Josh Schmidt is probably pretty. Although
But see,
spelling,
I spell my last name differently. Everyone puts 2 T's on the Schmidt. I put 1.
Feels like that's cheating. You're right. Hey, it's allowed.
not my fault.
It's allowed.
I've also seen it with a D before the T.
Yep.
A lot.
Yeah, that happens a lot too.
Pull up the numbers. What do you got?
I might be an underrated. Like Parker's pretty
That's right.
common, and Owen at the time I was born was also, I think, pretty
Popular name.
popular name. So I might be up there.
Just do this at the U.S. Census. No, you
I can't find. I'm struggling to find the website now. I can't. I don't know what happened to it.
Did you dream this?
No,
Okay.
I vividly remember doing this.
It's all a vision.
Yeah. Do you ever have that where you have something you think, wait, was that real or did I dream it? Was that in an unconscious state? All right, well, you keep working on that.
We'll get info.
Yeah. Bill sign, second-round pick TJ Sanders, as expected. That whole thing, fine. Good to go. The only thing about camp that I think is a question going in that isn't the usual, how do the rookies look? Is there really any James Cook question at all if he participates? His answers back at minicamp, you could find some wiggle room in there.
Yeah, cracked a window, but it's not.
Yeah.
Not like I'm scared about that.
You could find some. The thing I wonder about Cook, and maybe we'll get into this next segment, what's the best case scenario? From this day forward, the best case scenario for James Cook and the Bills is what? What do you want to happen there? Because he's the one going to the contract year. That Bills could really benefit from that if he balls out, which he did last year too. What's that best case scenario for Cook? 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Think about that for a minute. Give me a ring on the other side. Wide open. Chris Trapasso joins us at 8 o'clock. He'll be in studio here from 8 to 10, but next segment, wide open. So lay it out. You can write the script. What happens for James Cook? What's the best case scenario? And don't give me he wins the Super Bowl. For him, though, usage, statistics, contract signed today. You write the script. I'll tell you what mine is. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. For Bill's road trips, that's the other thing I get asked a lot. Like, are you getting road trips this year? And a friend asked me that yesterday. What Bill's road trip you taking? And I don't have anything scheduled yet. My last Bills road trip remains London. And that's a long time ago. The last time I saw the Bills on the road, I think it's London, when EJ plays. It's kind of embarrassing how long ago that is. Which game are you all planning on going to? Do you have your accommodations already booked? Like, as you look at the Bills' road schedule, there's a lot made about the final year at Highmark. And the final year at Highmark is going to be celebrated. This is not the final year of the Bills traveling, but there are a couple spots they go to that they have not been in a while. And if you're someone that makes these pilgrimages to New York or New England, or maybe you do the Miami trip every year, maybe you've been to Nashville, like, what would you advise a Bills fan to do for your Bills road trip? You should go to, I'll tell you what, I went here, and this is where you should go. I tell Joe all the time, he's been to a couple different places, and I tell him that the Miami trip is something that every Bills fan should do. Like, it should be a bucket list item. You should knock it out at some point. You're looking at this year's schedule, next year's. You know Miami's going to be on the schedule, so maybe you fade it just because you think, well, I'd like to get to Nashville first. I'd like to see a game in Vegas. I don't know what you might think. Last time the Bills went to Vegas, it was COVID, so you couldn't really get there. You couldn't get into the stadium to watch them. But what's the best Bills road trip of the year? You got the division games, Atlanta. They've never been to a game in Atlanta. I feel like a lot of Bills fans have the tie-in to Atlanta because, well, that was going to host the AFC Championship game, neutral site game, if they beat Cincinnati. But they didn't, so that never happened. The Bills' date with Atlanta was postponed. Carolina, feels like Bills Mafia is going to absolutely siege the city, overtake Carolina for that game. You know, Brian, the live crowd, I mean, no DeChambeau and Rom in the mix, I guess. As you look at the leaderboard, I see a few more no names than I do see, the rival tour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We go back and forth about, is Liv making these guys worse is not the right statement. Is Liv preparing them for these big time events?
Is it dulling their blade? How about that?
That's I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I think that's good. These guys have to come in and play in tough conditions for 4 straight days. And yesterday's rounds, by the way, the McElroy's group yesterday with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, their round was nearly 6 hours. It was like 5 hours and 50-some minutes. So, I mean, it is a grind out there. And, Liv is not set up for that. It's set up to be more of what they signed up for, which is maybe a little bit more easier. The shotgun start, everybody is kind of playing at the same pace, and it's a little quicker, and it's only 3 rounds instead of 4. It's not to say that John Rahm can't overcome that, or Bryson DeChambeau can overcome that, but we've seen a lot of players just in general here since Liv started, kind of, as you say, their blade is getting dulled. I mean, when's the last time Dustin Johnson has been relevant? No. He was a player that was supposed to be great. When Cam Smith left, I mean,
he was up and coming. He was amazing.
We were thinking like, oh my goodness, this is a top 3 player in the world. And not only, he hasn't even done anything on Liv necessarily, and even these majors that he is in, he hasn't been a factor in any of them. So, I don't want to just jump and say, well, if you play Liv, you can't play well in the majors. But I feel like there's a lot of evidence now that the majority, and again, we can probably throw DeChambeau out and maybe a little lately with Rahm out, but overall, they don't step up in these events, even given the opportunity.
ESPN's Adam Schefter confirmed that the Buffalo Bills have signed TJ Sanders to his rookie contract last night. Sanders signed for $10.6 million, 94% of that contract guaranteed. This signing follows a flurry of other second-round signings around the league yesterday. NFL teams and second-round rookies appear to be coming to terms with guaranteed money in the players' contracts. Elsewhere in the NFL, linebacker TJ Watt finally has his new contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He signs a 3-year, $123 million deal with $108 million guaranteed. This contract makes him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the league for the second time in his career. Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, who's also in search of a new contract, will now be seeking a similar deal to Watt. Jonathan Jones and CBS Sports reported yesterday that Parsons will be looking for a deal in the $41 to $42 million per year range. Jones also reports Parsons is willing to participate in team meetings and individual drills, but will sit out of 11-on-11 drills at training camp. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car accident in Dallas last offseason. A Dallas County judge ruled that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years probation and must serve 30 days of jail time in that 5-year span. ESPN's Adam Schefter said that this can now allow for the NFL to expedite their suspension process, and all signs point to this being a multi-game suspension. The Open Championship is underway. Brian Harman now takes the lead as Harris English falls out of the lead. He is now 4 under. Harman is 5 under through 8. Scotty Scheffler tees off later this morning at 10:10. Rory McIlroy is currently 2 under. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
What's the saying? Right church, wrong pew. I'm sure you've heard that. I do think Saban to the NFL makes sense, but remember what happened in Miami. He wanted Drew Brees. He had Drew Brees locked in, and the doctors didn't clear Brees, so he had to settle for Culpepper, got the hell out of town. Quarterback matters for Saban. Colin, unless they go 3-14 and can get Arch Manning, I don't think that Dak Prescott gets Saban to the Cowboys. But I think the team to watch would be the Buffalo Bills. If they slip up in the postseason, they are favorites. And they want to run out McDermott, Saban plus Josh Allen in Buffalo, getting the Bills finally that Super Bowl that's been elusive.
I mean, man, wow. We've had a segment on the show called Worst Take. That's got to be, it's going to be the worst take of the year. It's going to be it's Jason McIntyre, who occasionally appears with Cowherd, who is I'm personally, I feel like that guy's on a DiMaggio-esque streak of terrible takes, but that is an all-time. Okay, yeah. The Bills look for the Bills to hire Nick Saban. Oh my God! All right, happy Friday. That's the second straight hour we've had. We're like smelling salts. What? What's that? Start of the show I forgot even what it was, but something. Oh yeah, no, it was that. That's right. It was the same thing. It was a listener alerting me to the existence of this tape. Look for the Bills. Watch the Bills for Nick Saban. Yeah, right. Nick Saban. Nick Saban, who certainly would what? Garner a lot of interest in the NFL. Are we even sure of that? Why? Wow. I mean, I don't have a long list of names and who it might be and what would happen if the Bills did not win the Super Bowl. Of course, like how it all happens would matter, and that's impossible to know right now. But the idea that they would fire Sean McDermott and bring in Nick Saban, I don't know what to tell you. I almost want to say I can't think of 7 people less likely to get that job than Nick Saban. Absolute nuts. Absolute nuts. Jason McIntyre with Colin Cowherd. And then, Josh, you said Cowherd kind of agreed in his answer?
Yeah, he was, because they were talking about, if Saban does come to the NFL, he's going to want to go to a team that either has an established quarterback or can draft a superstar like Arch Manning.
Just like every single coaching candidate. Just like if Joe Brady gets a job next year, he's going to want a good quarterback or an avenue to draft a good one. So, like, that's not even unique. He's a coach, and Cowherd said, yeah?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which great quarterback, if you want to lump them all, which quarterback is most likely to have a coaching change? Let's do it that way. If you were to bet which one is the next one to have a coaching change, Who is it? Mahomes? Is it Mahomes because Andy Reid's going to retire? Is Josh Allen? He's certainly not the favorite for this. Lamar, John Harbaugh, not going to be. Is it Burrow and Zach Taylor? Is it Herbert? If you're trying to handicap this, which of the great quarterbacks is the most likely to experience a coaching change? It's not an easy question. It would have to be a coach that's not safe or something goes so terribly wrong. I almost want to remove Andy Reid retiring as the favorite because that feels like cheating. Just kind of spinning through the league here of the guys that are good and who it might be.
My head keeps going to Lamar with Harbaugh and like if they have more playoff issues, but they are so good that it feels
he won a Super Bowl,
right, and like they're good and really good and have been good. It's the same as the Bills essentially.
They've changed their coordinator, Harbaugh. If that were to happen, and Harbaugh were to get, I just think it's kind of nuts. They've been the 1 seed recently and lost at home in the playoffs. They lost here. That's the thing about once you are a coach that wins a Super Bowl, you are a made man. They lose in the playoffs here, and I don't know how much Harbaugh took for that, how much heat Harbaugh took. Lamar had a couple turnovers, and Mark Andrews dropped the ball. Right. What's the coach supposed to do?
Exactly.
Lamar put it on the ground. Lamar threw it to Taylor Rapp.
It might just be Bengals because they're so poorly run.
Maybe
they could make a decision like that. I think Zach Taylor's probably pretty good, but I think that they are volatile enough.
Sure.
To have something like that happen.
There's a piece up at NFL.com that lists the Bengals as the team under the second most pressure in the NFL. So it's a piece up at NFL.com about which teams face the most pressure, and it's from Tom Blair at NFL.com. And the Bengals come in at number 2 because it's 2 years missing the playoffs with Joe Burrow. One of those, he gets hurt. Last year they started 4-8. They nearly got to the playoffs with a deadweight defense, he writes. Okay, I'll buy that there's pressure on Cincinnati to get something done here with Burrow and Chase and Higgins. But, other than that, is Dak Prescott's got a first-year coach who's probably not that safe. The other contenders, teams under pressure, Tua's not moving the needle there. Caleb Williams just got a new coach. He's a young guy. Nick Saban. What a concept. What a crazy idea. Anyway, good morning. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. No Joe today. He's off. He'll be back on Monday. Chris Trapasso joins me in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk plenty of training camp issues and Bills preview stuff coming up at 8 o'clock. I tweeted out a question. I kind of asked this before the break, and I wonder where people land on this. Because I'll tell you what I hope happens, and that's what is the best case scenario for what happens with James Cook and the Bills from here? What would you label? Would you lay it out for me at 803-0550? I hope it goes like this, and then wherever you ultimately get to. If it's up to me, I think the best case scenario for Cook, and contract stuff, I don't know the number they're willing to go to. I don't know the number he's willing to come down to. While social media can read $15 million per year, okay, that could be easily 4 years, $60 million when it's really only 3 years, $32 million. That's how these contracts work. So I don't want to get too bogged down by the numbers of what it might be. But my best case for James Cook is that he does exactly what he just did, because there seems to be a belief that it's going to come back to earth, that he'll have touchdown regression, and there's a strong case for that. I understand the fantasy football community is very bullish on regression and guys not getting the same number of touchdowns that they do if they break off a lot of big runs, but Cook is a little unique. He is different from a lot of other backs. He's not a big back. He's not a guy that's getting a huge workload. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis exist, but if we want to think about the running backs the way that we might think about receivers, I'm kind of moving Cook over to when the Bills had a number one receiver and complementary pieces. One of the things that I think was a problem for the Bills was raising the complementary pieces, like Gabe Davis, into too large of a role and noticing like, oh, that's a problem. And I don't know about Ray Davis as a full-time starter. We saw 1 year of him, and that looks pretty good. You could save a lot of money by not paying running backs. There's no doubt about that if you decide to be a team that never pays running back. I don't know if the Bills are a team that never pays. They could announce Cook to an extension today for 12, and I would think, all right, good, that's fine. I am totally on board with the idea of a dynamic playmaker in their offense coming back. It's a team that, builds completely around Josh Allen. We know that. And the belief around this offense seems to be that nobody else needs to be elite at what they do. And Cook is not an elite running back. He's just one of these, second-tier guys. Coaches and executives ranked him number 8 in the league. All right, in Jeremy Fowler's rankings. I think he's good. I like to point out again and again and again that his yards over expectation is near the top with a lot of really good running backs, with a lot of other guys that you would think, I'd like to have that guy on my team. He's right next to Jahmyr Gibbs. He's right next to Bucky Irving. I mean, he's not quite Derrick Henry, but it's pretty good. And yards before contact, yards after contact, like Cook delivers. There's a long time held belief that as long as your line is good, your running backs will be good. And that's true. The line, to me, what the line does is raises your floor on how good your running back can be. If you put a guy back there that can't pick the hole the right way, can't bounce off contact, can't make guys miss, then you don't have as high of a ceiling. But we talked earlier in the week with Ben Gretsch, who has a site, Stealing Signals. It's his Substack, Stealing Signals. He kind of, digs in a lot of the data, was talking to us about the Bills and their new identity. Their identity is that they are a running football team. Their pass rate over expectation, how often they pass the ball versus run the ball. They've become a running team and a super efficient offense. And one of the reasons they're able to get away with that is that Cook has been awesome for them. Cook has been awesome, and yet every time it came up this offseason to talk about what he should do, there were plenty of fans that were ready to just throw him out, kick him to the curb, trade him, see what you can trade him for, and then draft a young guy. And I get there's a case to make it at running back there, but I think he's good. I think he's valuable, and especially on a team that is going to kind of underplay their skill positions to some degree. I've got a dynamic back that yards over expectation and breaking long runs, and once he gets to a certain level, that's a touchdown. That has tremendous value to me. Sometimes yards over expectation can be, deceiving, because if you break a 20-yard run for a touchdown, your yards over expectation is capped at 20. If you were 80 yards back, would you have taken it 80? Maybe in the case of Cook, yeah. He ran away from guys. He made huge plays for them. His touchdown number last year, if they don't have that, what does the offense look like? Does it look the same with Ray Davis? We might find out. But then there's the part about what does he really want? And how much is this almost like, if I can cross over to the Sabres here, Bo Byram. The Sabres and Byram, he wants a bigger role. And they paid him on a 2-year contract, and he wants a bigger role. He believes he can do more. And if you're asking for that, yeah, you're asking for more money. But Cook might be kind of asking for an actual promotion here. If he goes to them and says, all right, I want to make sure I commit more to XYZ. I want to be on the field more. I want to show you I can do the things you think I can't do. I'm going to improve. I'm going to dedicate myself to that. This season's been about Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman, right? They're focusing up. They're in the weight room. They're showing that they can raise their game. If Cook came to them and said, I'm going to do that because I'm going to prove to you I should be on the field more, there's a debate as to whether or not they would even want him to do that. You're fine. You're fine. We don't want you to get too tired. I know you want more snaps. I know you want to maybe be a full 3-down back, but we're comfortable with where we are. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis, we've got a good thing going here, and there's no doubt about that. They've got a good thing going. Their backs, what they've got in their backs, 1, 2, 3, is as good as anybody in the league. But you're only as good as anybody in the league when you're at the top. When the top guy is as good as Cook. Once it goes Davis, Johnson, and then it's third-round draft pick or whatever they decide to spend, I think it gets different. So I'm on board with Cook. My best-case scenario is they sign him to, I don't know, like 12. And all the stuff about 15 mil, I don't know, it looks like 15, but it's not. I'd like Cook to stay. I think he's good. I appreciated McDermott raving about him, raving about the look in his eye in the AFC Championship game. I appreciate that in that game, he made great plays. Without him in that game, they might not be even in it. We're sitting here talking about how it's the defense, it's the defense, it's the defense. James Cook in that game had a couple of really important plays, key plays, fourth down conversions, yards over expectation. Like he was really important for them. And that's the biggest game of the year. And while there's going to be a lot of math to try and figure out, like, well, where can I save? Where can I do this? Where can I do that? I really do think that part of what the Bills are doing, this kind of gets back to the signing of Vaughn 3 years ago. Why'd they do that? Sure, they did it because in the regular season, they knew they'd reap benefits from him being a great player. But the idea was, when we get that guy on the field in the important game in the AFC Championship or divisional round, he's going to make a game-changing play. It's also the way we talk about Joey Bosa right now. Laying out the best-case scenario for Bosa, I posted a Twitter poll, would you take 8 sacks and healthy for the postseason? Because the 8 sacks kind of don't mean much. What means a lot is an 8-sack guy being healthy for the postseason. If I told you Bosa had 2 sacks this year, how many wins the Bills get? I don't know, 15? If he had 8 sacks, how many wins the Bills get? 15? But we just kind of live in that world where one game against Kansas City, or maybe it's against Baltimore again, or whoever it is. But who's going to produce in the moment that you need that? In the moment you need that. And Cook did that for them. So I want to continue to place value on him and continue to think that he is important. My best case scenario is we kind of get surprised. And just before camp, we came to terms on a deal. We liked it. We think this guy is one of the better, more dynamic backs in the league, explosively, and we're going to keep him. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 if you want to chime in on this. We'll get you some of our responses, some tweets. Bob writes in, I recently saw someone in Fantasyland drum up a scenario. He gets traded to Washington for McLaurin. I'll go with that as best case scenario. All right, well, that might be a little tough. Scooter, best case scenario. He has a good year to help us win the Super Bowl. No, not allowed. Not allowed to say the Super Bowl. I got to get somebody with a real one here. Best case, he becomes undeniably the Bills' best running back in the league for a Super Bowl champion. You guys are cheating. I actually thought I could beat everybody to the Super Bowl by saying what's the best case. This is how the poll reads. And I wrote this so people would not write, he wins them the Super Bowl. Because, of course, we won the Super Bowl. I wrote on the poll. See, I've done this long enough. I know you guys. What's the best case scenario for how things play out with James Cook between today and the end of the regular season? I wrote that clumsy line so people wouldn't say he leads them to the Super Bowl. People are still doing it.
They got the Super Bowl on.
I know.
Jared.
Trust me.
What do we want?
I know. So do I.
Me too.
I just wanted to say, hey, can we just not say he wins the Super Bowl? What do you want to happen here? Oh, to win the Super Bowl. Sure, right.
Okay.
Best case scenario is he gets traded to the Rams and the Bills win the Super Bowl. Yeah, all right, sure, right.
Sounds good.
Anything with the Super Bowl is the best case scenario. We know that.
Right. To me, with Cook, it's so that room is so solid, and I often find myself getting caught up in, it's a great room, they'll be fine. And I think you made a good point there. They are so good because they've got such a variance and because Cook is so good. He makes that room really. If they had an average lead back and then Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, I don't think we talk about the Bills' run game the way we talk about it now.
We might not, but you know what people would say? Well, they'll just win 15 games with Josh Allen anyway.
Right.
We do kind of live in that world where no matter what, it's in Allen we trust, and Allen will deliver for them.
Yeah, I operate under the sort of I almost have to take Allen out of my mind in every conversation I have about this team because I think he is just an equalizer that can almost erase any other mistake that you make.
Right, he covers up an awful lot.
And so I always try to almost just remove him from the equation and look at the team separate from him because we know they'll be great. We know it's going to go pretty much awesome when he's playing quarterback for them. What's going on around it? Like who's the roster? All the rest of it is what I always try to just separate the two. And I think that's probably a healthy exercise because if you do this stuff and you think about it, you'll always come back to it'll be fine. I got Josh. It's fine. But you don't want to just bank on that.
No, I think that's not the way.
Like that's not healthy and that's not a good way to win. You might win doing that because he's so great that he'll make up for it. But I don't think that you should be operating under that assumption. And so I struggle with, to me, the best case scenario for Cook, without saying they find somebody to replace and do exactly what he does, is just he play this year out, and he's essentially replicates what he did last year. We know he probably won't have the same touchdown metrics, but
I think he could. I think he could.
I think that'll be
Aren't they
interesting.
going to run it a million times again?
I think probably, but I think they might throw it more than they have.
I mean, I feel like they're going to stick with what works. Bean's entire attitude about his offense is, why would we change anything? It worked.
And
then, of course, they changed out a couple receivers and probably upgraded that spot. But otherwise, like, why change anything?
Right. Change because you have to because everybody else is trying to catch up.
If their defense, and there's also this, if their defense is better, that's one thing. That's one thing you wonder. If their defense is better, would they have more runs because they feel like, we're just going to,
doesn't matter,
boa constrictor teams to submission? Or would they feel like they can get a little looser and pass the ball and try and end games in second quarters?
Right.
Something to track.
I think there's so many different ways that it could go for them. But to me, just to get back to the Cook point, I think it's play it out, have him do what he does. He's going to be awesome, I think. He's almost, barring an injury, I think he'll do great. And if he wants to let you pay him a decent number that you're not going to get hurt by, do it.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I think those guys are out there to find in the draft. Mostly some free agents once in a while will pop up that are legit enough to be worth a contract.
And that's something, if we're looking at past results, that's something the Bills are very willing to do, is draft running backs.
Exactly.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, no Joe today. He's Owen Parker. Josh Schmidt is here as well. Josh has lost the website that tells you how many people have the same name as you.
I didn't lose it. It broke.
Are you sure you didn't dream it?
I'm positive. I'm looking.
It has to be considered possible now.
There are other people online that are also saying, man, I missed this website. This website was great. It was such a good site.
How many of those people have the same name as you?
Probably none of them, judging by their
You're telling
usernames.
me there are people online?
Yes, you can look. It's
telling
called
you
howmanyofme.com. If you type it into your search bar, it won't go to a website. And I looked it up, and apparently the website crashed in like 2023, and no one fixed it. So it's just sitting out there broken, and no one will fix it.
Howmanyofme.com.
That website, me and my friends, for some reason, used to just look up our names in like third grade and be like, oh, look, there's this many of me.
Let's do some website nostalgia. What's the website, keep it clean, you used to go to a lot? Like Homestar Runner, wasn't that one of them?
I will say
hotornot.com.
I just went to howmany-ofme.com, typed my name in, and got a number.
All right.
I wasn't doing the dash. Maybe that was the
dash.
That's all I'm saying is I've got 423 Owen Parkers.
Okay, how many of the rest of us? All the way. How many of me websites are there?
That's
I'm gonna find that one out too.
Even better question.
How many Josh Schmidts? How many Jeremy Whites? How many we got? You said how many Owen Parkers?
453.
Okay, so Owen's got the lead at 453.
Jeremy White, 338.
Okay.
And let's get Josh.
I know I'm not number one. I've got a shot at number two, maybe. I'm top 10.
Josh Schmidt, 477.
Oh, Josh wins. There you go. Even
Do I
with-
win? Or I'm the least unique now. Then
Yeah,
you're the
well-
most unique because you got less of you.
That's right. Yeah, you're right. I win. How about Joe DiBiase? We'll do it. He's not here.
That's going to be.
Could you find a name? Could you find a name that's one? It's like
There's got to be one out
there's
there,
one.
right? Only 117
All
Joe
right, look at that.
DiBiase's.
Joe's unique. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Robert McIntyre, Bobby Mack putting for birdie, and just missing on this one. All right. Let's just say this is a Bobby McIntyre show for the Open Championship. He's been tapping in for birds. I mean, this guy's on it right now. 3 strokes off the lead. Did I see it? Was this the Højgaard all of a sudden a hole out or something? He and Harmon. I can't see anymore. Are they -6?
Harmon and
minus 6
Højgaard,
for the
yeah.
leaders.
All right.
I also didn't realize there are 2 Højgaards.
Oh yeah,
That's Rasmus, and then there's Nikolai.
Rasmus. The Sabres should get him to bang the drum before a game. We've had a lot of Rasmuses over the years. Let's get Rasmus Højgaard in town. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to give us a ring. The Open Championship underway, and leaderboard starting to see some scores go low. If the conditions stay like this, Scotty Scheffler's going to shoot like a 64. Let me tell you that right now. Going 7 under. It's a par 71 course. You can give us a ring. Chris Trapasso joins us top of the hour, and we're hanging out here on a Friday, getting ready for Bills Camp, which starts next week on WGR. What is the best case scenario for what happens with James Cook and the Bills from here? What would you label? Would you lay it out for me at 803-0550? I
Jeremy
hope
White here
it
for
goes like this.
Encore Golf.
And then,
Watching a lot of golf.
You know,
playing some
wherever you
golf.
ultimately
Got
get
some
to.
golf coming up.
If
next
it's up to
week,
me,
I'll be playing
the
the
best
Vero
case
X1s
scenario
the
for
whole
Cook.
time.
Encore Golf and the Vero X1,
my
contract
favorite
stuff.
golf
I
ball.
don't
Make it
know
yours as well. Make
the
one of
number
the
they're
Encore
willing
golf
to go
balls.
to.
Your
I
golf
don't know
ball.
the
When it comes to
number he's
playing
willing to come
golf,
down to.
consistency, of
while
course,
social
is
media
key.
can read,
And consistency
15
in your
million
golf
per
game
year
is going to help you get
Okay.
better. And one way to get
That can
consistency,
be
play a consistent
easily
ball. Play a ball
4
that's
years,
suited to
$60
your
million.
game.
At Encore
When it's
Golf,
really
you can go through an
only
online ball
3
fitting where they
years,
ask
32
questions
million.
about your own
You know,
game.
that's how these
And
contracts
then,
work.
Lo and behold,
So
you get fit with the ball.
I don't want to get
But
too
the Vero X1
bogged down by the
popular,
numbers
Vero
of what it
X2,
might be.
A little higher compression.
my best
And
case
they've got
for
more
James
coming
Cook
out. Is that later this year the XP1,
He does
the
exactly
XP2,
what he just
the
did.
next generation of ball
Because there seems to
you
be
know,
a belief
Encore,
that
they're
it's gonna
always
come
pushing
back to
the
earth.
envelope, always moving
that
technology
he'll have touchdown
forward,
regression
evolving as best they can to help golfers like you
there's
and
a
me.
strong case
so
for
look
that.
for that
I
XP1
understand the fantasy
and that
football
XP2
community is very
when it
bullish
comes
on,
out.
regression.
It was just named
and guys
on the
not
gold
getting the
list
same
by
number of
Golf Digest
touchdowns
that they do
Hot
if they
for Golf Digest.
break
Hot
off a lot
list
of big
got
runs. But
Gold Award, which is
Cookie is a
highest
little
honor there.
unique.
So Golf Digest
He
likes
is
the XP1,
different
XP2.
from a lot of
I look
other
forward to
backs.
playing it.
He's
I'm
not
sure
a
you
big
will
back.
as well.
He's not a guy that's getting
EncoreGolf.com for the
a
balls.
huge workload.
To
Ty
do
Johnson and Ray
customization, you can
Davis
do it online at
exist.
EncoreGolf.com. You can, of
But,
course, also grab
if we
a
want to
bag
think about
or hat,
the
or
running
any
backs,
accessory,
the way
you
that we
find
might think
at
about
EncoreGolf.com.
receivers,
EncoreGolf.com. Congratulations, you just
moving
became a better
Cook over
golfer.
to when the Bills had a number one receiver and complementary pieces. One of the things that I think was a problem for the Bills was raising the complementary pieces, like Gabe Davis, into too large of a role and noticing like, oh, that's a problem. And I don't know about Ray Davis as a full-time starter. We saw 1 year of him, and that looked pretty good. You could save a lot of money by not paying running backs. There's no doubt about that if you decide to be a team that never pays running back. I don't know if the Bills are a team that never pays. They could announce Cook to an extension today for 12, and I would think, all right, good, that's fine. I am totally on board with the idea of a dynamic playmaker in their offense coming back. Stat of the day is about Mike Williams, who just retired. Which Mike Williams? There have been a couple of Mike Williams in the NFL. This is the one drafted by the Chargers, 7th overall in the 2017 draft. His career's already over. Says that's it. So the stat on Mike Williams. The stat is, and this came from Dave Clawson, who tweeted this out. Mike Williams in his 2021 season, just 2021, Mike Williams had 6 game-tying or go-ahead touchdown catches in the fourth quarter or overtime. The most in a single season in NFL history. So in 2021, 6 game-tying or go-ahead touchdown catches in the fourth quarter or overtime. The most in a single season in NFL history. So he was a big moment kind of guy. At least that year he was. 2 guys that jump out at me. 3. Torrey Holt, Marvin Harrison Sr., and Hines Ward. None of them had 6 in their career. And here's Mike Williams did it 6 in one season. His career was, what? He was always hurt, back injuries. Feels like a 7th overall pick. Retiring now, age 30. He's getting out while he can. 2 1,000-yard seasons. He only had 1 season of more than 100 targets. And he just never really got off the ground. If you had him in fantasy, you probably played him all the time and came away disappointed, hoping they'd throw to him more. He was a great jump ball guy. He was a great contested catch guy, but it's over. He went to the Jets last year. Remember, he was called out by Aaron Rodgers against the Bills, right? And it's over. So Mike Williams, out, retired.
ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting last night that the Bills have signed second-round pick TJ Sanders to his rookie deal. Sanders was one of the few players that held out in the second round. Sounds like teams are starting to come to terms with those rookies as they appear to be okay with guaranteed money in their contracts. Sanders signed for $10.6 million, 94% of that contract guaranteed. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, TJ Watt gets a big deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers, signs a 3-year, $123 million deal with $108 million guaranteed. That makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league for the second time in his career. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car crash in Dallas last offseason. A Dallas County judge ruled that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years probation and must serve 30 days of jail time during that 5-year span. Adam Schefter reported that this now allows the NFL to expedite their suspension process, and all signs point to this being a multiple-game suspension. Update on the Open Championship. Rasmus Højgaard shares the lead with Brian Harman, both 6 under par. Scotty Scheffler tees off this morning at 10:10. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think you saw some of the best of Elijah Moore when he had the competent quarterback play, frankly. Like when Joe Flacco was his quarterback at the end of 2023, he put up his best numbers here with the team, and I think he had some similar stats last year when Jameis Winston was under center, a guy who could actually throw him the football and find him. So I think with Josh Allen, he has a legitimate chance to try to bounce back and put himself in a situation, maybe get a big contract. It's a great situation for him. I think he kind of flies under the radar, especially being in Cleveland with a bad quarterback situation the last couple of years. But I think he didn't get a fair shake here because I do think he's a talented player.
Spencer German on the Browns and on Elijah Moore. Josh has had an interesting comment during the break. Before we get to what Josh had to say about Elijah Moore, so at the Open Championship, I just read an article about the first hole at Portrush. So the first hole at Portrush, golfers out there, if I played this course on a simulator, I would get up the first tee and I would get nervous. I would say we should play a different course because it has out of bounds left and right, which should be against the law. You should not be allowed to have out of bounds left and right. It's a hallway. It's like a bowling alley. And I just read an article about golfers talking about how you get off the range and maybe one of the most stressful shots on the entire course is the first hole, the tee shot. Don't put it out of bounds. So famously, a couple of years back when they played here, Rory got an 8 on number 1 because he put it out of bounds. And just now, Jacob Skov Olofsson, who was the leader after round 1, he was -4 and the first round leader. He just teed off. His first tee shot hooked. He's a lefty. First tee shot hooked right out of bounds. All right. Hit again. Block left, out of bounds. Finishes with a quad. Quadruple bogey, 8 on 1 for Olsen. The guy shot -4 yesterday, and he gave it all back on the first hole, which is, I would not want to play this hole. Can I just, bunt a 3-wood down the fairway 5 times and assure I don't get an 8? Man, I just read an article about this hole and how it terrifies players. It is also the first hole. If this were 18, maybe they should do that. That's some real chaos. Throw a hole like this out there as the 18th. Anyway, 803-0550. Jeff Meadus of Tee to Green coming up in about 6-7 minutes on the Open, on golf, and on the Duster Challenge, which is tonight at Glen Oak. But, Josh, give us your quick thing. You had an idea about best-case scenario for the Bills, and you brought up Elijah Moore.
Yeah, you guys are talking about, best case scenario for James Cook after this season. And obviously it's, he replicates last year and he does really good. But after that, moving forward, I'm looking at the contracts the Bills have and I'm looking at the potential they have on the roster. And yes, James Cook's a great player in this offense. I would love to see him stick around. But if he's asking you too much, if you're way far apart on a contract, what if Elijah Moore has an incredible year and you want to bring him back? He's on a 1-year deal, and why not maybe use the money for Cook for Moore? You don't have if let's say Moore goes out there and has a great year. He finally has the right quarterback.
What's a great year? Maybe this is the better question. What's the best case scenario for Elijah Moore? What's a great year, and what dollar amount are you talking? Now I'm interested.
See,
is a great year 800 yards and 6 touchdowns? What's a great year?
Right. But the way I'm looking at it is you already have Ray Davis in the lineup. You already have potential of drafting other guys in the future. You don't really have a player like what Moore projects to be in your lineup.
He might give you more vertical speed than some of your other slot guys. You've got guys like him. He's a lot like Curtis Samuel. There's some crossover there. But what's a great year? 803-0550. I'll ask Chris Trapasso this 8 o'clock as well. Because there's one thing about these Bills receivers that I find interesting. It was really the genesis of what we talked about that day with Brandon Beane. It was not about needing a number 1. It's about what the Bills pay at receiver. And right now, on average annual value, Shakir 13, Palmer about 10, Samuel 8. That's $30 million on 3 receivers. Moore has, as you say, a great year. What's the number? How great? Tell me how great the year was by the salary.
I was looking at some comparable guys or potentially comparable guys, like Jerry Jeudy. He's making $17.5 million
Okay,
right now.
17.5. Which, if he's making 17.5 on a deal signed when? Right.
He signed that in 2024, I believe.
Okay.
Let me pull that up here.
So that number by the start of 2026 is $22 million.
Right.
So Moore has a season where he's 22 neighborhood, like a lower upper class receiver is what you're saying here. I'm not pushing back on the idea. I'd love Elijah Moore to have an incredible season and find a home with the Bills and be, a big part of this offense. I wonder though, that just spells the end for Curtis Samuel, and you'd still be paying good money to receivers. That's the thing about what the Bills do. They have receivers. They like the guys that fit into these roles, and they've got good options. But these options have not come very cheap, and that kind of, $5 million is not a lot for Moore. But a guy off the street is, $5 million, up to $5 million. If he has a great year, that's a great question.
You look at Judy last season, right? He had just over 1,200 receiving yards, but only 4 receiving touchdowns. The touchdown numbers aren't exactly what you're looking for, but the yardage is more what you would be looking for if you're going to pay him.
Yeah.
If you're going to try to keep him around, he's got to put up numbers like that, I feel like.
Judy had 145 targets. How many targets is Elijah Moore going to get? 145 targets. There's plenty of people that don't think that exists in this offense, the possibility of that. Shakir got 100.
And he was the star, too.
Yeah, Shakir got 100 targets. For Moore to have that year that Judy had there, it might be 145 targets. It's one of the fascinating, interesting wrinkles to this everybody eats idea. And, Allen spreading the ball around the way that he does is that one potential positive side effect is that nobody ever pops off and you never feel like you've got to pay that big money. If the offense can work as this well-oiled machine year over year, then, hey, that's great. The question ultimately gets to, you could make this about Moore. You could make this about Coleman. Coleman pops off. Huge. He's amazing. He's unstoppable. What's the contract? Are you gonna sign a guy like that to $30 million? I think you might. Would you want to? I would say yes if he's dominant. But I like that question. I like what you said about Moore there. That could be good. What's that contract look like? 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeff, meet us on the other side. Chris Trapasso joining us top of the hour here on WGR. What is the best case scenario for what happens with James Cook and the Bills from here? What would you label? Would you lay it out here to tell you about AAA insurance and the way? I hope it goes like this, and then wherever you ultimately get to. If it's up to me, I think the best case scenario for Cook, and contract stuff. I don't know the number they're willing to go to. I don't know the number he's willing to come down to. While social media can read $15 million per year, okay, that could be easily 4 years, $60 million, when it's really only 3 years, $32 million. That's how these contracts work. So I don't want to get too bogged down by the numbers of what it might be. But my best case for James Cook is that he does exactly what he just did, because there seems to be a belief that it's going to come back to earth, that he'll have touchdown regression, and there's a strong case for that. I understand the fantasy football community is very bullish on regression and guys not getting the same number of touchdowns that they do if they break off a lot of big runs. But Cook is a little unique. He is different from a lot of other backs. He's not a big back. He's not a guy that's getting a huge workload. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis exist. But, if we want to think about the running backs the way that we might think about receivers, I'm kind of moving Cook over to when the Bills had a number one receiver and complementary pieces. One of the things that I think was a problem for the Bills was raising the complementary pieces, like Gabe Davis, into too large of a role and noticing that's a problem. And I don't know about Ray Davis as a full-time starter. We saw 1 year of him, and that looks pretty good. You could save a lot of money by not paying running backs. There's no doubt about that if you decide to be a team that never pays running back. I don't know if the Bills are a team that never pays. They could announce Cook to an extension today for 12, and I would think, all right, good, that's fine. I am totally on board with the idea of a dynamic playmaker in their offense coming back. You know, Brian, the live crowd. I mean, no DeChambeau and Rom in the mix, I guess. As you look at the leaderboard, I see a few more no names than I do see. You know, the rival tour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We go back and forth about is live making these guys worse is not the right statement. Is live preparing them for these big time events?
Is it dulling their blade? How about that?
That's I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I think that's good. These guys have to come in and play in tough conditions for 4 straight days. And yesterday's rounds, by the way, the McElroy's group yesterday with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, their round was nearly 6 hours. It was like 5 hours and 50-some minutes. So, I mean, it is a grind out there. And, Live is not set up for that. It's set up to be more of what they signed up for, which is maybe a little bit more easier. The shotgun start, everybody is kind of playing at the same pace, and it's a little quicker, and it's only 3 rounds instead of 4. It's not to say that John Rahm can't overcome that or Bryson DeChambeau can't overcome that, but we've seen a lot of players just in general here since Live started, kind of, as you say, their blade is getting dulled. I mean, when's the last time Dustin Johnson has been relevant? No. He was a player that was supposed to be great. When Cam Smith left, I mean,
he was up and coming. He was amazing.
We were thinking like, oh my goodness, this is a top 3 player in the world. And not only, he hasn't even done anything on Live necessarily, and even these majors that he is in, he hasn't been a factor in any of them. So, I don't want to just jump and say, well, if you play Live, you can't play well in the majors. But I feel like there's a lot of evidence now that the majority, and again, we can probably throw DeChambeau out and maybe a little lately with Rahm out, but overall, they don't step up in these events, even given the opportunity.
Long at Royal Portrush, ideal conditions. Looks pretty nice out there. Joining us on the Western Hotline, chat a little bit about this. A few minutes on golf and on the Duster Challenge tonight is PGA certified golf coach, host of Tee to Green, U.S. Kids Junior coach Jeff Meadus on the Western Hotline. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are we this morning?
We're all right. You looking forward to tonight's Duster Challenge?
I am. It's just a super fun night, and we've been doing it for a while. It's one of those golf nights, when you hear all these stories about people finishing their rounds and they pull up the headlights on 18 so they can finish a great round. Well, we just do that with floodlights, and it's super fun to see everybody grinding, trying to win a really cool trophy, and get to brag a little bit. You're the best putter in the Western New York area.
Yeah, and the cause it benefits.
It's PGA Hope. PGA Hope is helping our patriots everywhere, and we run programs that introduce veterans to golf, and we have a MOA with the VA about because it's such a great tool for veterans to get back into society and hang out with other vets and learn the great game of golf. So it's something I've been involved with for a while, and it's super fun to work with those guys. And now we'll have some extra money to do some really cool stuff for them.
I also feel like being around an event like this, the Duster Challenge, or whatever you are doing maybe in the golf world at your local country club, the weeks of majors, lots to talk about. You have a lot of people there tonight to talk about whatever, the first hole at Portrush and the imposing out of bounds left and right. It feels like golf around the world kind of wakes up a little more when the majors are going on.
Oh yeah, everybody perks up a little bit more. I do a little bit more radio those weeks. It's weird how that works, but it's really cool. These are, everybody points to these 4 events a year, and then probably the Players Championship also. And I think they point to that more than they do the challenge at the end of the year, the FedEx Cup. I think I'd rather win one of those than the FedEx Cup, but it is good to see the different styles of golf too. Like everybody loves watching this week because it's a completely different style of golf, different topography, different landscaping, different players. We get to see players we don't normally see on the PGA Tour. So it's a really fun week for golf.
Jeff Meadus on the Western Hotline here. Major Championship, the Open Championship underway. Jeff, you mentioned like the different style of play. For the average golfer, is it a good idea to play the course like these guys are playing it, where maybe you bring 3, 4, 5 short clubs because you don't know your lie, or is that the average golfer better off just kind of committing to one club on short kind of stuff? Like, do I need all 3 wedges when I'm near a green, or should I just get good with one?
Well, there's 2. You want to be really good with one. Most players, I think, are going to use their most lofted wedge, their 60-degree wedge. And if you can become proficient with your 60, it's a little bit better because the more loft, the more you can control your distance. The less loft, the more it's harder to control your distance. You'll hit it a little straighter. You might hit more loft, a little left or right with the short clubs. But the creativity is what's important. So, and understanding your shot. So if you have a lot of people just get up and take their 60 and throw it at the pin every time. But if you watch this week, these guys are taking 8 irons, 9 irons, 52-degree wedges. They're bumping them into slopes. They're trying to get them to trickle and roll. They're getting them on the green fast as opposed to lobbing the ball up to the pin. And it's trying to make it more like a putt as much as possible because you're trying to get it as close as possible.
So not going all the way down to the Texas wedge where you're putting from 100 yards away, but, just kind of a nice soft little bump and run.
You could. Texas wedge isn't a bad shot if that's what you're comfortable with. It's also confidence, right? So
yeah.
If you're not confident hitting a shot, you're not going to. If you think you're going to hit a bad shot, like I hear you talk about the drive on one. Well, if you're worried about hitting it out of bounds, guess what you do? Yeah, you think about that instead of executing a really good shot. So if you're confident with your putter from 40 yards off the green, much like my father is, then hit that shot because that's going to be your best option. But that's also harder to hit it very close that way.
Do you find that some players, you're talking about the putter from 40 yards or whatever, or iron off the tee, do you find that ego and mental blocks for people sometimes stop them from doing the right thing?
I see it both. I see people who think you're still supposed to lay up on every shot to get to a comfortable yardage, right? Well, I'm comfortable at 100, where the data will tell you as a good player that you want to get as close as possible to the hole. And then I see people who bash at everything when they probably shouldn't. You notice at this tournament, you'll see guys hitting a few more irons and fairway woods because of the design of the golf courses. There's certain areas you really absolutely have to avoid. So they'll lay up short of those and stuff like that, as opposed to hitting driver. It's not. It's a long driver's golf course there, but there's still a bunch of areas where you absolutely cannot miss, or you're looking at a big number. So you'll see a little bit more of that this week than you will on the American Tour, where they just bomb and gouge. That's why I think Bryson DeChambeau might have struggled this week.
Yeah. He's been better today. He had no birdies yesterday. I saw that. Not a single birdie in his opening round. He's been a little bit better today. Looks nice out there today at the Open Championship. So, Jeff,
perfect.
Jeff Meadus on the Western Hotline. Jeff is you know Jeff by if you want to know whoever is the best golfer here at WGR, it's whoever has not seen Jeff for a while, because we always go to him whenever something's going wrong. He's like you're like the team chaplain, I got to go see him. Like, what's going on here? We got to fix things. So, Always appreciated. Tee to Green this week.
I appreciate it.
Tee to Green, you guys are at Niagara Falls Country Club, right?
Yeah, 2 hours this week because it's a major championship. So when there's majors, we get the extra hour, and we're looking forward to being on site for the Porter Cup's final round and talking about the British Open for a while.
All right, very good. Thanks, Jeff.
All right, hey, thanks for going.
Jeff Meadus. And PGA Hope, again, you go to pgareach.org/PGA Hope if you're looking for that website, the organization that, again, they help helping our Patriots everywhere. That's what HOPE stands for. So the Duster Challenge tonight from Oak Hill, and PGA Hope is, not Oak Hill, Glen Oak, sorry. PGA Hope. It's changing and saving veterans and active duty military service members' lives through the power of golf. That's what it says right at the front page. And a great organization and a great event on the way tonight. Chris Trapasso joins me for the next 2 hours. He'll be in studio, get you a full-on camp preview, TJ Watt's big contract. You know, these big deals, of course, for the aging players. I've seen a lot calling out this Watt deal as a bad deal because it's actually too much. He should not be getting this kind of money. It's a big, big contract for an aging guy, and they're paying him for past service. But I don't know if Pittsburgh had much of a choice. So Chris Trapasso joins us. Your phone calls welcome as well. Halfway Point here on WGR. You know, Brian, the live crowd. I mean, no DeChambeau and Rahm in the mix, I guess. As you look at the leaderboard, I see a few more no names than I do see. You know, the rival tour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We go back and forth about is live making these guys worse is not the right statement. Is live preparing them for these big time events?
Is it dulling their blade? How about that?
That's I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I think that's good. These guys have to come in and play in tough conditions for 4 straight days. And yesterday's rounds, by the way, the McIlroy's group yesterday with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, their round was nearly 6 hours. It was like 5 hours and 50-some minutes. So, I mean, it is a grind out there. And, you know, live is not set up for that. It's set up to be more of what they signed up for, which is maybe a little bit more easier. The shotgun start, you know, everybody is kind of playing at the same pace, and it's a little quicker, and it's only 3 rounds instead of 4. It's not to say that John Rahm can't overcome that or Bryson DeChambeau can't overcome that, but we've seen a lot of players just in general here since live started kind of, as you say, their blade is getting dulled. I mean, when's the last time Dustin Johnson has been relevant?
No.
He was a player that was supposed to be great. When Cam Smith left, I mean,
he was up and coming. He was amazing.
We were thinking like, oh my goodness, this is a top 3 player in the world. And not only he hasn't even done anything on live necessarily, and even these majors that he is in, he hasn't been a factor in any of them. So, I don't want to just jump and say, well, if you play live, you can't play well in the majors. But I feel like there's a lot of evidence now that the majority, and again, we can probably throw DeChambeau out and maybe a little lately with Rahm out, but overall, they don't step up in these events, even given the opportunity.
I heard yesterday Mike Shope had a guest on, Alex Gold from Kansas City, about the chase, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, all that. And he's of the belief that the Bills indeed have the inside track for the 1 seed, which I think a lot of people might think that as well. I think the Bills are the most likely 1 seed based on strength of division, based on their own home road split. And here's Alex Gold in Kansas City talking about the Rashee Rice suspension, whenever that comes down. That's going to ding them for a little bit. So does that add 1 loss to them early? Meaning instead of the Bills chasing the Chiefs, it's the Chiefs chasing the Bills? The game at Highmark last year between the Chiefs and the Bills was about keeping the 1 seed race alive. What if it's week 9 and it's Sunday afternoon and we're looking at the Bills there taking a 2-game lead on Kansas? Win and you're up 2 with a tiebreaker. It would feel like a 3-game lead. You know, this chase for the 1 seed, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. And the schedule is early on, light-ish. Baltimore early on, big one. Then a lot of games, people are going to expect them to just kind of like knock down the next few opponents until they get to Kansas City. Until they, step forward trying to get that 1 seed. And that would be something else. That would be a new level of pressure, I think.
Good morning. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported overnight that the Buffalo Bills have finally signed second-round pick TJ Sanders to his rookie contract. Sanders signed a $10.6 million deal, 94% of that contract guaranteed. This signing follows a flurry of other second-round signings from the NFL yesterday. The NFL teams and second-round rookies appear to be coming to terms with guaranteed money in part of the players' contracts. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, the Pittsburgh Steelers finally lock up linebacker TJ Watt. He signs a 3-year, $123 million deal with $108 million guaranteed. This contract makes him the highest-paid non-quarterback in the league for the second time in his career. Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons, who's also in search of a new contract, will now be seeking a similar deal to Watt. Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports reported that Parsons will be looking for a deal in the $41 to $42 million per year range. Jones also reports that Parsons is willing to participate in team meetings and individual drills, but will sit out of 11-on-11 drills at training camp. Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car accident last year in Dallas. A Dallas County judge ruled yesterday that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years probation and must serve 30 days of jail time during that 5-year span. ESPN's Adam Schefter said that this can now allow the NFL to expedite their suspension process. Also, all signs point to him being suspended for multiple games. Over in golf, the Open Championship still going underway. Scotty Scheffler tees off at 10-10 today, but in terms of the leaders, Brian Harman leading the pack right now, 6 under par through 12. Tyrell Hatton and Harris English tied in second with 5 under. Rory McIlroy 1 under right now through 9. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
After an off-season long standoff, a mini-camp holdout, TJ Watt, as expected, not going anywhere. The sides agreeing on a 3-year, $123 million contract extension that locks up Watt through 2028 and makes him not only now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history at $41 million per year, it is also the second largest contract ever in Steelers history behind, DK Metcalf, the player acquired from Seattle in a trade that really started everything off in terms of the Steelers overhauling so much of their roster, but in this case, sticking with one of the guys who has been a stalwart for this franchise.
Tom Pelissero on the latest on TJ Watt, who has signed an extension with the Steelers in the most predictable thing. Good morning, Jeremy White. Chris Trapasso is here in studio with us for the next 2 hours. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Jeremy. This is good.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, it's been I was
long
trying
time?
to think back. I remember sitting in that chair that you're sitting in, talking to Howard before the 2018 draft about Darius Leonard as a linebacker option for the Bills. So 2018, it's a Josh Allen draft, obviously. I think that's the last time I was in the studio.
Okay. Whatever happened to Darius Leonard?
He changed his name to Shaq Leonard and was elite in a few years for the Colts, and I don't think he's in the league anymore.
Yeah. Linebacker option.
Yeah.
Well, welcome in. We see you all the time filling in on One Bills Live.
Oh, yeah.
We see you're on in the afternoons from time to time. Chris Trapasso here. You can check us out on the YouTube feed. You can, of course, tune us in where we are. So anyway, welcome. Good to have you. Counting down the days to Bills training camp. We'll be out there on Wednesday, the 23rd. That's the first practice for the Bills. TJ Sanders signs another piece of news out there. The NFL kind of tidying things up, sweeping the floors, all these things. Giant mega contracts for star defensive ends, minuscule second-round contracts for these players, and this logjam stops, and, we're off and running, getting towards the season. I don't know if you heard on the way in, we're having a conversation about I guess it was best-case scenarios for individual players. I opened up at the 7 o'clock hour with a James Cook scenario we talked about, and then Josh brought up an idea about Elijah Moore, what if he has a huge year and the Bills extend him? And for me, that's an interesting conversation. What does a great year even look like for an Elijah Moore, right? There's a great year for Elijah Moore, and then there's a objectively great year for a receiver.
Sure.
And this offense, the way that it's kind of designed, the way that it kind of runs with all these pieces, all this everybody eats stuff, you might not have an avenue to have a objectively great season, like 1,500 yards. But Moore could definitely find a spot.
Yeah, I was going to say those are two completely different things. Just a really good wide receiver season and what Moore could realistically do within this offense. I actually, about a month or two ago, did a projection for best case scenario for Elijah Moore. And I didn't just throw out random numbers. I took how much better Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, and John Brown got with Josh Allen, almost the Josh Allen multiplier. Going from Elijah Moore's best season, if you plug in those numbers to how much better Diggs, Beasley, and Brown got here in Buffalo, it's 63 catches, 750-ish yards, and 2 touchdowns.
For Moore?
For Moore. And that's based off his best season and I think it's a little over 100 targets. I heard you on the way in, are there even 100 targets or 115 targets for Moore to get within this offense? Probably not. So I think any Bills fan, I think McDermott, I think Josh Allen would love 65 catches for 750 yards and 2 scores from Elijah Moore that they added post-draft. And I think that probably equates at most to a contract around $10 million. So I think sticking with the everybody eats mantra, if we're thinking, how they like to spread the football around, they also will then like to spread the money around. You would have Shakir at $13 million in this hypothetical, Elijah Moore at $10 million. There's $23 million for 2 guys instead of paying $30 million for 1.
Yeah, in that scenario, you're probably saying goodbye to Curtis Samuel. I would imagine he's not going to last if Moore pops. It is kind of interesting and maybe wild, but one of the biggest reasons that I think there's 2 reasons that Bills fans are not maybe worried about the receiving core. One is the success they had last year, and that's the point that Brandon Beane makes. And it's not wrong. They had a lot of success last year. They did, of course, have to adjust it on the fly, making the Amari Cooper trade. I'm trying to think of if anybody could have predicted. No, what'll happen is they'll sign a guy post-draft, and then you'll all be like, oh, all right, I feel good about this now. Moore's kind of unique in that way because as a former second-round pick who went to the Jets and then the Browns, it just seems like the idea that this bump with Allen that you're talking about could happen, that's not hard to grasp. That's not hard to envision that something could go well for him like that. I like the skill set. The one thing I wonder about is, does he do something that they don't have? Is there more verticality to his game that they don't have somewhere else?
He's mostly a slot receiver. He's around the same size as Shakir, but he ran 4.34 coming out of Ole Miss. I know Curtis Samuel also was a low 4.3 guy, and we didn't really see a lot of that big playability besides in the playoff game against Denver from him last year. And the Bills will say he was injured, the foot injury that he had. I do, though, think that Moore will provide a little bit of more of a vertical element, especially compared to what Shakir does out of the slot.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. We brought up James Cook. We brought up Elijah Moore. You can bring up anybody you want here. Bring up a player and give us the best case scenario for them for this season, whether that's a breakout, it's domination. We're all expecting Super Bowl. I put up that question about James Cook. What's his best case scenario?
And everyone said Super Bowl.
I tried so hard to make it.
You did.
I tried so hard to make it so people could not write in they win the Super Bowl. Like, yeah, we all know that, everybody. Like, of course, their best case scenario is the Super Bowl. It is a Super Bowl or bust lifestyle right now. The Bills are simultaneously under a lot of pressure to do it. And also, the pressure doesn't even really start for a while.
I know.
Training camp is going to be just don't get hurt. As long as you don't get hurt, we're going to be fine. And I mean, we've even seen them go 6-6 and then be in disarray, and then I'll be fine.
Yeah.
There's very much a belief that everything will just be fine. I won't be under any real stress until when did the stress start last year? The Baltimore game.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. Really?
Denver in the playoffs, they gave up a touchdown early, and maybe you have like a moment, and they just blow their doors off.
But they had done that in the wild card round in almost every
hiccups
year. Like early Miami, the Colts game was tight.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was like, but it was always, and I heard you guys mention it on the way in, you always felt, and this kind of is the case in every game, felt like, oh, Josh Allen's going to do something at some point, and they're going to get one stop. And they're going to, score, get a stop, and then score again and score 14 points in like 3 minutes, and it's going to completely change the game. So, yeah, it really was not until the playoffs that you felt any bit of nerves or pressure on this team.
Yeah. It's tough. It's not tough. It's a great life to live. It's the same as the Ravens right now. The Bills and the Ravens just kind of live in the same neighborhood. The one thing that separates these two teams, and I wonder if there's a lesson here about roster building. Jeremy Fowler's top 10 players, right? Top 10 in every position. Christian Benford did not make the list. Let's just pretend he did because he probably should.
Yeah.
That would give the Bills, I think, 4 top 10 players. And the Ravens have 6. And the Ravens are thought of as having maybe more elite players.
Well, they had more Pro Bowlers last year. They had like 8 Pro Bowlers. And
the Bills had 1. Right, exactly. The Ravens are thought of as a more, I don't know about top-heavy roster, but I think just a better roster outside of quarterback, which is its own debate. And the Bills are this like really well-structured, buttoned-up, pretty deep team where we came into this offseason thinking, where will they make a move to get a blue chipper? And they didn't get an established one. We'll find out if one of these guys they did get can become one, whether that's a Joey Bosa risk or a Michael Hoyt perfect fit or a draft pick. But they've kind of spent 2 years keeping things structurally intact and making sure that they're not going to become, I don't even know the cautionary tales here. Keeping it together with Josh Allen, they've managed to walk the line. They've managed to do it.
They've proven, that there was no regression from him or the team. The defense has still been near the top of the league in limiting big plays, creating turnovers across multiple seasons, which is basically unheard of. One last point that I want to mention that kind of is a segue to that. It's so crazy going from the Stephon Diggs era and being so wide receiver one focused. And then thinking, okay, even if Elijah Moore has a really good season and the Bills give him a $10 to $12 million contract, that would be Shakir, Moore, and Josh Palmer, who we haven't talked about yet, combining for like $30 to $35 million when that's what one receiver, a Jamar Chase type wide receiver is getting in today's NFL. If you were to pose that to anyone, I mean, maybe some people would rather have just Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, but it's almost like, why would we have not in the past wanted to say, let's diversify and have three really good receivers all making the same as what one receiver can do? Because if you take out Stephon Diggs in one game, we saw that the Bills' offense can really struggle.
I would push back on that. I would say diversifying is fine. Expensive diversification is a choice. Like, that's what the Bills are kind of doing here, because there are teams that diversify and they do it with not a lot of money spent. They just do it with draft picks. Like, that's ultimately at the root of my biggest disagreement with how the Bills have built. Of course, again, it doesn't mean like they're doomed, but middle class money at receiver is not something that a lot of teams do.
That's true.
And I'm not sitting here saying the Bills should have drafted Matthew Golden. I wonder if they would have if he was there. They very well might have, but he wasn't there. His salary this year will be lower than every Bills receiver, basically, as a first-round pick. So it's an odd way to do it. You could say that why pay a $30 million receiver when I can pay three $10 million receivers? And the answer is because you could pay $130 and then get 2 draft picks. Yeah. And it's the same, except you have a guy that has a lot more gravity against the defense. So I don't think I appreciate what the Bills have done from a whatever. Forget the money for a second. If they want to do it this way because they feel like this fit for them is a better fit for structurally offensively, that's fine. I don't think you can say they're saving money doing it.
No, that's true. And we haven't talked about Keon Coleman in this, and I was lower on him than probably any other draft analyst out there when they picked him. If the Bills had Ladd McConkey on the roster now, and you're like, hey, look, they've added some mid-tier veterans. You like Josh Palmer, you like Elijah Moore. Oh, and they have this young, like you're saying, really cheap wide receiver entering year 2, you would be like, oh my God, like this.
They're flush.
This is absolutely a loaded wide receiver group. So if you do believe in Coleman and you think that step is coming, he's going to take the leap, then suddenly you do have that advantage financially with a second-round pick that's still young, making barely any money at all.
Well, let's get to Coleman there. You said you were lower on him than maybe anybody?
Yeah, I think I had 3rd or 4th round grade on him.
Okay, so you, kind of hated the pick. Maybe not hated, but not a fan of the pick.
I had Ladd McConkey as a 1st-round grade, and they were both sitting there on the board, and I thought he should have been the pick. Maybe the size and some injury concerns with him were the reason that the Bills didn't pick him. And traditionally, like, not every single wide receiver has been big, but think of the time in Carolina and then bringing in Kelvin Benjamin back to Buffalo. The Bills, and then they had success with the smaller receivers. I think the Bills wanted more size in the receiver room. That Coleman gave them what they didn't have. Maybe that was the ultimate kind of equalizer why he was or separator why he was the pick.
Do you feel better about him now?
No.
Okay.
I mean, him bulking up, that's not the problem. I think the separation ability and the fact that contested catch win rate is not really sticky year to year. Like, I mean, if you're Mike Evans, sure, it is. If you're Justin Jefferson, it is. But in general, a wide receiver that was really good in contested catch situations in college doesn't always translate to the NFL. You can have a season where you are at 70%, then at 30, then at 50, then at 20, then at 80. So to just rely in this day and age at receiver on rebounding the football over extremely athletic, very good ball skills corners, it's not something that I want my wide receiver to hang his hat on. And I think unless he moves in the slot, that's where Coleman is going to have trouble.
Which is something so far the Bills do not seem to be interested in. And in fact, I don't even know if they have the snaps in there. They have a lot of guys in there that take those snaps.
Although I will say, and I tweeted this recently, I think I'm probably a victim of doing this. We get a little bit, I think, stuck in slot and outside, especially with how Joe Brady
tight
formations. Like, everyone's in the slot. It's not on the hash mark near the sideline for 2 wide receivers, and it's not Michael Irvin, Andre Reed.
Right.
It's very much open space. So, but I do get what you're saying, that the Bills do have seemingly like 3 or 4 already slot receivers. So there's Coleman. Can he really fit in there? I'm not sure.
Yeah. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Of course, training camp begins Wednesday for the first practice. We'll be live at training camp Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for morning practices. We'll continue to bring things from St. John Fisher. Chris Trapasso joining me here in studio on WGR. For this this Coleman conversation, you're still skeptical. I was reading Matt Harmon yesterday. He posted his Xavier Worthy profile.
Okay.
And it's funny, there are a couple of, I think, parallel ideas. And what Harmon wrote about Worthy, looking back on his first year, was he is not a guy that does everything. What he does well, and the Chiefs are able to use that quite a bit.
Exactly.
And that's really it. Like, would Xavier Worthy, and I'm only bringing up Worthy because the two of them are always tied together because of that trade. And it got me thinking about Coleman, which was basically there's the best version of Keon Coleman and how the Bills get that. Will they use him that way? Will they find the way to use what he does well as the Chiefs will find a way to use Worthy? And the thing about the Chiefs, if you listen to a lot of their offseason, a lot of their talk is about basically getting back to the 50 touchdown Mahomes years. They want to find the long ball again. They want to get that.
They were a small ball the last 3 years.
That's right. And they want to get back to long ball. And they want to unleash Worthy over the top with Rice, who we'll see about a suspension for him. So while the cover 2 and everybody got kind of reined in and became small ball, Andy Reid and the Chiefs are actively talking about wanting to get it back over the top and kind of hit again. And that's probably a lot of their genesis for the Worthy pick is that's what he does well.
Yeah.
And that's not something you're going to get out of Coleman, but Coleman's going to have something that he does well. The question is, can the Bills get it out of him?
Yeah, I mean, it will really all come down to, and I said it's in general not sticky. Maybe the Bills feel like it can be predictive, that Keon Coleman just needs to be that above-the-rim wide receiver. And I think it's no coincidence that, to me, his best game in Seattle where he jumped over Tariq Woolen in the end zone and then had that, like, down the numbers, like, back shoulder catch, like, almost like down the seam.
It's a broken play one?
No, the one that was, like, maybe it was a broken play where he kind of, like, was covered well, but Josh made a perfect throw back shoulder, like, down the numbers. Made a catch there. That's how he has to play. That's where he has to live. Again, I do think he needs to be featured in those condensed formations, on shallow crosses where the two receivers cross and kind of try to create confusion or just a lot of traffic in the middle of the field, because he's just not going to get open
on the outside.
On his own accord, with twitchiness, with explosion, with subtlety as a route runner. So if they can get that out of him and say, hey, Josh, like, just throw it up to Keon Coleman and let's at least see if he's really a good rebounder. That's, to me, the best avenue for the Bills to tap into all of his potential.
803-0550 to join us. Chris Trapasso hanging out here for a couple hours here on a Friday, and we're watching the Open Championship while we're doing it. Chris, you're a golfer, an avid golfer.
I am an avid golfer.
And a very good golfer.
I'm trying.
You might be the best golfer. Are you the best golfer I kind of know? You might be. You're up there.
Okay, that's good. I'll take it. Top 5? Top 3?
Top 5, probably.
Okay.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Brian Harmon leads the Open Championship. He always seems to perform well at the Open. Meanwhile, I'm on Bobby McIntyre here. That's my pick.
I saw a thing this week that the Open Championship the last 20 years has the highest average age of the winner, which to me seems perfect, because I think playing in the wind,
old man golf,
course, old man golf, like hitting 8 irons that go like 10 feet in the air and just managing it around the course, more important there, and just having those years of knowledge of how to get around the course matters more at an Open than it does at the Masters or the U.S. Open.
I do think watching like the ball tracker on tee shots, I'm seeing more shaped tee shots than any other major.
Yeah.
You're seeing guys like swipe across the ball and a big bender down the fairway.
But it's hit well.
Yeah, it's exactly what they're trying to do. There's a lot more shot shaping out there, it appears.
And Bryson never plays well there because he just tries to bomb it and doesn't care where it goes.
He had a dreadful round in round 1. He's been better today. He's putting for eagle right now, so he might make the cut. Last I saw, the cut was projected to be +4, and he missed the eagle putt. He's going to birdie to be at +4, so
okay,
he might he might scrape his way back and make the cut. 803-0550. Jeremy White, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Chris Trapasso popping in for a couple hours here on WGR. What is the best case scenario for what happens with James Cook and the Bills from here? What would you label? Would you lay it out for me at 803-0550? I hope it goes like this, and then, wherever you ultimately get to. If it's up to me, I think the best case scenario for Cook, and, contract stuff, I don't know the number they're willing to go to. I don't know the number he's willing to come down to. While social media can read $15 million per year, okay, that could be easily 4 years, $60 million, when it's really only 3 years, $32 million. That's how these contracts work. So I don't want to get too bogged down by the numbers of what it might be. But my best case for James Cook is that he does exactly what he just did, because there seems to be a belief that it's going to come back to earth, that he'll have touchdown regression, and there's a strong case for that. I understand the fantasy football community is very bullish on regression and guys not getting the same number of touchdowns that they do if they break off a lot of big runs, but Cook is a little unique. He is different from a lot of other backs. He's not a big back. He's not a guy that's getting a huge workload. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis exist, but, if we want to think about the running backs the way that we might think about receivers, I'm kind of moving Cook over to when the Bills had a number one receiver and complementary pieces. One of the things that I think was a problem for the Bills was raising the complementary pieces, like Gabe Davis, into too large of a role and noticing that's a problem. And I don't know about Ray Davis as a full-time starter. We saw 1 year of him, and that looks pretty good. You could save a lot of money by not paying running backs. There's no doubt about that if you decide to be a team that never pays running back. I don't know if the Bills are a team that never pays. They could announce Cook to an extension today for 12, and I would think, all right, good, that's fine. I am totally on board with the idea of a dynamic playmaker in their offense coming back.
It's so crazy going from the Stephon Diggs era and being so wide receiver one focused, and then thinking, okay, even if Elijah Moore has a really good season and the Bills give him a $10 to $12 million contract, that would be Shakir, Moore, and Josh Palmer, who we haven't talked about yet, combining for like $30 to $35 million when that's what one receiver, a Jamar Chase type wide receiver is getting in today's NFL. If you were to pose that to anyone, I mean, maybe some people would rather have just Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, but it's almost like, why would we have not in the past wanted to say, let's diversify and have three really good receivers all making the same as what one receiver can do? Because if you take out Stephon Diggs in one game, we saw that the Bills' offense can really struggle.
I would push back on that. I would say diversifying is fine. Expensive diversification is a choice. Like, that's what the Bills are kind of doing here, because there are teams that diversify and they do it with not a lot of money spent. They just do it with draft picks. Like, that's ultimately at the root of my biggest disagreement with how the Bills have built. Of course, again, it doesn't mean like they're doomed, but middle class money at receiver is not something that a lot of teams do.
That's true.
And I'm not sitting here saying the Bills should have drafted Matthew Golden. I wonder if they would have if he was there. They very well might have, but he wasn't there. His salary this year will be lower than every Bills receiver, basically, as a first-round pick. So it's an odd way to do it. You could say that, why pay a $30 million receiver when I can pay three $10 million receivers? And the answer is because you could pay one $30 and then get two draft picks. Yeah. And it's the same, except you have a guy that has a lot more gravity against the defense. So I don't think – I appreciate what the Bills have done from a whatever. Forget the money for a second. If they want to do it this way because they feel like this fit for them is a better fit for structurally offensively, that's fine. I don't think you can say they're saving money doing it.
What's the time for this segment?
Right in the middle.
Just like that, the lead's now 2 for Brian Harmon. His 5th birdie of the day.
Brian Harmon with the lead. He is a previous winner. Right now he is plus 750 to win it. Scheffler the favorite. Scheffler's like, he's 5 strokes back final round, and he's even money. He has not gone on the course today. He goes out in the afternoon group. If the weather holds up, I would expect Scheffler to go low. A lot of guys have had good numbers out there today. Scheffler is 4 off the lead, and I would not feel uncomfortable betting him to lead by the end of this round. Keegan Bradley for birdie leaves it just short. We're seeing some good golf out there at Royal Portrush. Jeremy White and Chris Trapasso. He's in today for a couple hours here on WGR. Joe's off today. We're back with Joe on Monday. The Bills have made it official. TJ Sanders signs his contract. So all the Bills draft picks are under contract. The way this had been going, we kind of had said don't worry about it because once the Niners got in there and kind of broke it open with Alfred Collins in the middle of the second round, Sanders has taken 2 picks before. He gets a good chunk of his deal guaranteed. Great, whatever, it's fine. Everything, great, he's here. One thing, Chris, I want to ask you about this. We spent last segment talking a lot about Keon Coleman. One thing, here's something Bills fans I think would sign up for. This year's rookie class giving more to the team than last year's rookie class.
Oh, 100%.
Last year it's Coleman and Ray Davis.
That's
about it.
Kinda it.
Like Bishop, Dwayne Carter, they played sparingly. It's Coleman and Ray Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, I mean, you got 3 guys in the first 3 picks defensively that I think Bills fans are anticipating will play a regular role in Max Hairston, TJ Sanders, and Landon Jackson. And that's to say nothing about the rest of their picks where there's some pieces in here. I mean, even down to Jackson Hawes. So, you spend a lot of time in this draft class. Let's get to it. Let's start with Sanders, who's the most recent guy to sign and completes their draft class. How did you like the pick, and what do you think he can do to make an impact here in year 1?
I absolutely loved the TJ Sanders pick. I had him graded as my number 34 overall player. They got him at 41, so just because of that, just looking at the difference there, the disparity in those rankings, I obviously liked the selection, but I thought he was, like, more specifically, the exact type of defensive tackle that they needed. I think you guys probably said the name Kenneth Grant probably 800 times.
Bunch of times. He was mocked to go there all the time, then he went, 14th?
Sure. And everyone was under the impression, and justifiably so, that because of Star Lotulelei and Jordan Phillips, that the Bills like and need this 340-pounder next to Ed Oliver.
And yet they always go away from it.
Yes, they ultimately do go away from it. They bring back Quentin Jefferson, who's not really that type, but they have gone into many seasons during the Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott era with that classic nose tackle next to Oliver. For as much as I would have been okay with Kenneth Grant, which is kind of funny to say that now because he went 13th overall, like nowhere remotely close to where the Bills picked, my biggest thing during the pre-draft process for the Bills when I would get asked about defensive linemen, and that was probably more talked about than any other position, was they need another pass rusher on the inside, and that's precisely what TJ Sanders is. He is about as athletic as Ed Oliver. I think he comes in with more polish than Ed Oliver did, with using his hands, pass rush moves, and he's from the SEC. Like Ed Oliver was in the what's Houston
Conference
even?
USA?
Conference USA or the AAC at that point.
Double check, yeah.
In 2018, so he was in the SEC and was highly productive from a pressure.
Big 12.
Big 12. I mean, now, but
moved,
then they were in the AAC or whatever they were in, Conference USA. TJ Sanders, last 2 seasons, highly productive in the SEC, can win in a variety of ways. I loved that pick, and I think he gives you exactly what you want from a rookie deal player, that he can come in and be productive immediately. And there's long-term potential because of his athleticism that he can become even better in year 2 and year 3 before you have to give him that big contract.
Just to clarify, they were in the American Athletic Conference.
AAC, told you.
Yeah.
There you
it
go.
was from Conference USA to the AAC to the Big 12.
So much movement.
It's important. We got to get these things right. All right, so you expect him to come in and be able to just kind of fit right in?
Yes. What I would say of the first 3 picks, I would be surprised if Landon Jackson comes in and is instant impact. Like, the fact that the Bills got him in round 3, I think they felt he's not going to last much longer than the 3rd round because he's big and long and the athleticism is through the roof. He had over a 40-inch vertical, but the rawness to his game at Arkansas, although he was kind of trending in the right direction in his final season, the rawness was very easy to see on film. I think that was hey, we hope that in 26 and 27 he becomes a really good player. I think players like Dorian Strong and Jordan Hancock, the day 3 D-backs that they picked at kind of outside corner, slot corner, safety, those players have more of an opportunity to be good right away and to come in and contribute and, to what you're saying, give more contributions in year 1 from the rookie class as a whole than what the Bills saw last year.
Yeah. Max Harrison with the first pick. I mean, he's a speedy guy and risk taker, and I think a lot of Bills fans would have him kind of penciled in or written in pen at corner 2. Because of what's behind him. There's veterans to beat out and veterans that are respected. There's no doubt about that. Like Tre'Davious White's going to have a lot of respect of
Dane Jackson,
of Bills
too.
Mafia, and Dane Jackson too. You feel like he's got a really good spot, really good chance here to be that guy right off the bus?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually was on with Mike earlier this week, and he asked me, do you think it's Trey White's job that Hairston has to take from him at camp or vice versa? I think it's Hairston's job, and 31-year-old Trey White needs to come in and have just a tremendous training camp and look like Trey White in his prime to be the starter week 1 opposite Christian Benford.
Gotcha. So Hairston's to lose.
I think so. He is a different breed that they've had at corner in the entire Sean McDermott era. 4.28, super twitchy, ball skills are through the roof, can run with anybody. He's just different. They've had the high floor, low ceiling guys. He's the opposite of that.
You know, it's funny, like a caller this week asked level of concern if Hairston doesn't win the job over Trey White. And there's built into that is, well, you know, you don't want to judge a guy just
by training camp.
Right.
Yeah. His first training camp.
Josh Allen didn't beat out Nathan Peterman in training camp.
Yeah,
so just
good call.
That's always, I want to put that out there. For say whatever it's worth. Allen lost the starting job or they were going to be patient with him.
Sure.
And the other position where that is a big deal and probably a bigger deal, and it's not a rookie, and that's Cole Bishop and Damar Hamlin.
Yeah.
Like Bishop's got it's Bishop's job.
I think so.
And if he doesn't hold on to it because Hamlin does, like that's a problem.
Agreed.
I don't think anybody would anticipate that happening. It's the kind of thing like we're banking on Bishop, who has a lot of the physical skills that they want there. Like whenever we were talking about safety and Nick Emenwari or whatever, like I would always point to Cole Bishop having the elite athleticism. So year 2 for him, the Bills pointed out that he missed the start of camp. He was injured. Their safety room last year, it kind of started behind schedule. From the jump, because Mike Edwards and Cole Bishop, and now we're into the season and it's Rapp and Hamlin, and that's kind of ultimately what you ended with. So this year, whether it's a supplementary piece in Derek Forrest, but this year it's got to be Rapp and Bishop, and they definitely need better play from that position because it had never been a weak point of a McDermott defense before, and it was a really big glaring weak point.
Yeah, I think you framed that perfectly because Bishop was having a good camp. I think, didn't he get injured on an interception or a pass breakup last year in camp? That they definitely started behind the 8 ball or not. That position didn't go as planned, especially with the whole Mike Edwards situation like you mentioned. And I think you framed it perfectly because it is important to talk about Cole Bishop's size and athleticism. He's 6'2", 206, ran 4.45 with a 39-inch vertical. So he's not Nick Emenwari, but he's not this overachiever who's not a great athlete that they have to hope that McDermott and Bobby Babich get the most out of him. He is a big-time athlete at the safety spot. And I think late in the season and even in that AFC title game, you started to see some of the signs because he didn't play until so late in the year that Cole Bishop can be that Swiss Army knife that I think Sean McDermott really likes in the secondary. And I think bringing back Damar Hamlin on essentially like a veteran minimum deal kind of says like, hey, we're going to pay you this, but we want you to be our safety 4 or 5, not one of our starters week 1.
Chris Trapasso with me here for a couple hours on WGR as we roll through a Friday. It's cooler out there. I've had people tweeting me that it feels like fall.
Really?
Yeah. Look, maybe.
Yeah, that's a little.
It's a little early for that. It's 62 now. It's going to get up to 70.
Well, I
78.
guess if this was like September 29th, it would be a fall is elite day for sure.
That's right. That's right.
For sure.
It's going to be warm. We got 83 tomorrow. We've got 8 next.
It's going to get to 75 today, I think.
Yeah, next week we're back up into the 80s as well. But this morning had more of a chill than it has the last couple of days. We had a lot of heat. So anyway, enjoy it. Nice breeze out there. Good day to golf if you can hit the golf course. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Is that Darren Clark?
It is Darren Clark.
Yes, love that.
+4, Darren Clark.
He's going to make the cut.
And he birdied number 3. Old Darren Clark.
He's got a couple British Open wins, right? 2?
Think so.
In like the Tiger era in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Was he in the video game, Darren Clark?
I think so.
Played so much Tiger Woods video game back in the day.
Yeah.
So much. It was great. Who was in that game? Charles Howell III.
Mm-hmm.
And who else is in that game? That
was Ty Tryon in that game?
Yes.
Because he was like supposed to be the next Tiger
Yes.
and never amounted to anything.
Boy, who's in those games? Guys that we forgot they existed.
Was Lee Westwood in the game?
Maybe. I'll look it up.
Charles Howell's a good poll. That's a really good poll.
Yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. We're having a conversation about I guess it was best case scenarios for individual players. I opened up at the 7 o'clock hour with a James Cook scenario we talked about. And then Josh brought up an idea about Elijah Moore. Like, what if he has a huge year and the Bills extend him? And for me, that's an interesting conversation. Like, what does a great year even look like for an Elijah Moore, right? Like, there's a great year for Elijah Moore, and then there's a objectively great year for a receiver.
Sure.
And this offense, the way that it's kind of designed, the way that it kind of runs with all these pieces, all this everybody eats stuff, you might not have an avenue to have a objectively great season like 1,500 yards, but Moore could definitely find a spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say those are two completely different things, just a really good wide receiver season and what Moore could realistically do within this offense. I actually, about a month or two ago, did a projection for best case scenario for Elijah Moore, and I didn't just throw out random numbers. I took how much better Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, and John Brown got with Josh Allen, almost the Josh Allen multiplier. Going from Elijah Moore's best season, if you plug in those numbers to how much better Diggs, Beasley, and Brown got here in Buffalo, it's like 63 catches, 750-ish yards, and 2 touchdowns.
For Moore?
For Moore. And that's based off his best season and I think it's like a little over 100 targets. I heard you on the way in, are there even 100 targets or 115 targets for Moore to get within this offense? Probably not. So I think any Bills fan, I think McDermott, I think Josh Allen would love 65 catches for 750 yards and 2 scores from Elijah Moore that they added post-draft. And I think that probably equates at most to a contract around $10 million. So I think sticking with the everybody eats mantra, if we're thinking, how they like to spread the football around, they also will then like to spread the money around. You would have Shakir at $13 million in this hypothetical, Elijah Moore at $10 million. There's $23 million for 2 guys instead of paying $30 million for one.
I heard yesterday Mike Shope had a guest on, Alex Gold from Kansas City, about the chase, the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, all that. And he's of the belief that the Bills indeed have the inside track for the 1 seed, which I think a lot of people might think that as well. I think the Bills are the most likely 1 seed based on strength of division, based on their own home road split. And here's Alex Gold in Kansas City talking about the Rashee Rice suspension, whenever that comes down. That's going to ding them for a little bit. So does that add 1 loss to them early? Meaning instead of the Bills chasing the Chiefs, it's the Chiefs chasing the Bills? The game at Highmark last year between the Chiefs and the Bills was about keeping the 1 seed race alive. What if it's week 9 and it's Sunday afternoon and we're looking at the Bills there taking a 2-game lead on Kansas? Win and you're up 2 with a tiebreaker. It would feel like a 3-game lead. You know, this chase for the 1 seed, it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. And the schedule is early on, light-ish. Baltimore early on, big one. Then a lot of games, people are going to expect them to just kind of like knock down the next few opponents until they get to Kansas City. Until they, step forward trying to get that 1 seed. And that would be something else. That would be a new level of pressure, I think. Hey, congratulations to Brian M. from Tonawanda for winning this week's Encore Golf Friday foursome. Scored an 18-hole round of golf at Royal Niagara Golf Club, $25 Encore Golf gift card, and a dozen Encore Golf balls. You can enter the Encore Golf Friday foursome contest by going to WGR550.com for your chance to win. Jeremy White with Chris Trapasso here. You've seen Chris on One Bills Live. You heard him on the station with Shope and the Bulldog all the time in draft season. What are you up to now?
I started a Substack because my job at CBS by the start of the season is being eliminated. I'm still looking for a job, but I figured I'm not just going to sit around. I mean,
Right.
we are kind of in the dead period and getting some of the news that we've gotten with the second-round picks and TJ Watt. The last few days has really anchored these dog days of summer leading into camp. So it's given me some freedom, like my editors and the people, like the powers that be at CBS said, it's fine. You can start a Substack. It's called Trap Sheet. You can see it on my Twitter. I have written like 7 articles that are a little bit more, not like controversial, but they're articles that I normally wouldn't be able to write or just haven't written at CBS. I'm going to try to give the outside the box stuff that you can't find elsewhere, analysis and opinions on the NFL if I don't get another job at another company.
Trap Sheet.
Substack.
All right, I'm subscribing. I'm going to subscribe right now.
Thank you.
You mentioned something right there. I was going to. Oh, I know. So you're saying like in this time of year, the news being anchored by whatever. We've got this thing. This happened yesterday. This is a true story. This happened yesterday. I'm scrolling my own Instagram, and I see me on it because now we're streaming on
Sure.
YouTube.
I see them too.
We're posting
They're great.
clips, and I'm like, oh, there's me. What was I talking about? And whatever Owen Clipson sends out there, and it was something about the Bills' offense and Josh Allen. And whenever there's a comment, I'll click and see the comment. And sometimes, people just give and a take. And in this case, it was a person they wrote, this person has mastered the art of saying absolutely nothing about me. And I thought, yeah, it's July 18th, man. We're working.
Yeah.
This is like a 2-a-day. It's beautiful outside, and what do I got for you? I got TJ Watt signed. I've got McLaurin's holding out. I've got the biggest news in the sports world, if it's not the golf, it's a labor dispute.
Yeah, which to a lot of people is pretty boring.
It's not even a lockout or a strike. It's scandal within the NFLPA. Like, oh, all right, film at 11. Let's go. So yeah, I mean, I very much appreciated the whole mastering the art of saying nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to do One Bills Live Monday, but Chris Brown came back maybe from vacation. And Jay Harris, the awesome producer there, I was about to text him. I think he told me Saturday that Chris was coming back. I was like, what are we going to talk about? Because I can't come on and like give my thoughts on, comprehensive draft class stuff again, because we've already done that. Like, we did it in May, we did it in June. So yeah, this, like, it's like you said at the outset, I think off the air, like, to me, we need camp to get here. Like, it's coming at the perfect time.
We're
so
ready.
The fact that you maybe were saying nothing in a clip, like, that's a round of applause to you to fill the air.
It happens. Yeah, camp is getting close. Wednesday we'll be there. We'll be at training camp for the start.
And Hard Knocks will be there.
That's going to be.
How much of a presence is HBO going to have?
It's going to be amazing. You know what it'll be for the first time in a while? Bills fans, or not just Bills fans, but Bills fans, a television show that you want to watch when it airs.
Yeah, true.
How many of those do you have right now that are not sports? How many television shows do you watch when the show is on?
Oh, my kids don't understand that concept whatsoever. Like, you don't just get to play the show that you want to watch at any time. Like, obviously us as kids, and if you're older than 30-ish years old, like that was the case, there are not too many shows like that anymore. And it's just going to be, obviously, like, the fact that it's the Bills, that's cool. I want to see, beyond like the behind the scenes stuff with Josh Allen and Brandon Beane and decisions they're making, I want to see, like, because they always do like fun segments, like, do they go to Pittsford Dairy? Do they show them playing at Oak Hill? Like, what other stuff do they highlight about Rochester? I think that'll be cool.
Yeah, I think it'll be about as meaningful to me as a preseason game. And by that I mean in a good way. I'm going to want to watch it. I'm going to get my takeaways. I don't want to watch it 3 days later, because when Hard Knocks airs, I think it's going to air on Tuesdays. I feel like August 5th. Yeah. The next morning, we're going to come talk about it. Like, hey, here's what happened last night. What'd you think about this? What'd you think about that? So,
and sometimes you can pull big stuff from it. Yeah. Like, obviously, the Joe Shane, Saquon Barkley stuff like that did not go very well for them, which that was like the off-season one. But sometimes, like, we'll see something that Adam Schefter will tweet, and then we'll be like, oh, the show told us that, like, the Bills were about to trade A.J. Epinesa, but they didn't because this happened. Like, that's to get some of that background info that we normally wouldn't get. I think that's kind of the cherry on top, too.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy White, Chris Trapasso, he's in for Joe today. Another hour coming your way. Some NFL stuff. I want to actually get to your most recent post. It was about the Browns and how they are kind of trailblazing in the NFL in a certain way. We'll get to that. 803-0550 if you want to pop on for anything. If you want to jump on the phone lines and say nothing with us. Master the art of saying nothing in mid-July. Jeremy and Joe out today here on WGR. For Bill's road trips, that's the other thing I get asked a lot. Like, are you getting road trips this year? And a friend asked me that yesterday. What Bill's road trip you taking? And I don't have anything scheduled yet. My last Bill's road trip remains London. And that's a long time ago. The last time I saw the Bills on the road, I think it's London, when EJ plays. It's kind of embarrassing how long ago that is. Which game are you all planning on going to? Do you have your accommodations already booked? Like, as you look at the Bills' road schedule, there's a lot made about the final year at Highmark. And the final year at Highmark is going to be celebrated. This is not the final year of the Bills traveling, but there are a couple spots they go to that they have not been in a while. And if you're someone that makes these pilgrimages to New York or New England, or maybe you do the Miami trip every year, maybe you've been to Nashville, like, what would you advise a Bills fan to do for your Bills road trip? You should go to, I'll tell you what, I went here, and this is where you should go. I tell Joe all the time, he's been to a couple different places, and I tell him that the Miami trip is something that every Bills fan should do. Like, it should be a bucket list item. You should knock it out at some point. You're looking at this year's schedule, next year's. You know Miami's going to be on the schedule, so maybe you fade it just because you think, well, I'd like to get to Nashville first. I'd like to see a game in Vegas. I don't know what you might think. Last time the Bills went to Vegas, it was COVID, so you couldn't really get there. You couldn't get into the stadium to watch them. But what's the best Bills road trip of the year? You got the division games, Atlanta. They've never been to a game in Atlanta. feel like a lot of Bills fans have the tie-in to Atlanta because, well, that was going to host the AFC Championship game, a neutral site game, if they beat Cincinnati. But they didn't, so that never happened. The Bills' date with Atlanta was postponed. Carolina feels like Bills Mafia is going to absolutely siege the city, overtake Carolina for that game. What is the best case scenario for what happens with James Cook and the Bills from here? What would you label? Would you lay it out for me at 803-0550? I hope it goes like this, and then, wherever you ultimately get to. If it's up to me, I think the best case scenario for Cook, and, contract stuff, I don't know the number they're willing to go to. I don't know the number he's willing to come down to. While social media can read $15 million per year, okay, that could be easily 4 years, $60 million, when it's really only 3 years, $32 million. That's how these contracts work. So I don't want to get too bogged down by the numbers of what it might be. But my best case for James Cook is that he does exactly what he just did, because there seems to be a belief that it's going to come back to earth, that he'll have touchdown regression, and there's a strong case for that. I understand the fantasy football community is very bullish on regression and guys not getting the same number of touchdowns that they do if they break off a lot of big runs. But Cook is a little unique. He is different from a lot of other backs. He's not a big back. He's not a guy that's getting a huge workload. Ty Johnson and Ray Davis exist. But, if we want to think about the running backs the way that we might think about receivers, I'm kind of moving Cook over to when the Bills had a number one receiver and complementary pieces. One of the things that I think was a problem for the Bills was raising the complementary pieces, like Gabe Davis, into too large of a role and noticing that's a problem. And I don't know about Ray Davis as a full-time starter. We saw 1 year of him, and that looks pretty good. You could save a lot of money by not paying running backs. There's no doubt about that if you decide to be a team that never pays running back. I don't know if the Bills are a team that never pays. They could announce Cook to an extension today for 12, and I would think, all right, good, that's fine. I am totally on board with the idea of a dynamic playmaker in their offense coming back.
Good morning. The Buffalo Bills have officially announced that TJ Sanders has signed his rookie contract. Sanders signed for $10.6 million. 94% of that contract is guaranteed. This signing follows a flurry of other second-round signings from yesterday in the NFL. Teams and second-round rookies appear to be coming to terms with guaranteed money in players' contracts. Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, linebacker TJ Watt officially has his new contract with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3 years, $123 million with $108 million guaranteed. This contract makes him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league for the second time in his career. Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons is also searching for a new contract, and he looks to get a similar deal to Watt. Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports reported that Parsons will be looking for a deal in the $41 to $42 million per year range. Jones also reports that Parsons is willing to participate in team meetings and in individual drills, but will sit out of 11-on-11 drills at training camp. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice is facing legal action for his involvement in a car accident in Dallas last offseason. A Dallas County judge ruled that Rice has been sentenced to 5 years probation and must serve 30 days of jail time during that 5-year span. ESPN's Adam Schefter said this can now allow the NFL to expedite their suspension process. All signs point to this being a multiple-game suspension. The Open Championship is still ongoing. Brian Harman leads 7 under, 6 through 16 holes. Rasmus Højgaard 5 under, right behind him in second, tied with Tyrell Hatton at 5 under. Scottie Scheffler tees off in just about an hour. Rory McIlroy 2 under, 13 through 13 of this second round. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Joe is off today, and with us is Chris Trapasso. Is that Brian Harman just hit one? No, Rory.
Rory.
All right, Harman -7. Where's Robert McIntyre? -5.
He's creeping up, Jeremy. There you go.
Let's go. Let's go. You know, why not?
He has that game. I mean, he's from over there. He's from across the pond. He can do it.
Meanwhile, Scheffler, what's the meme here? Scheffler is -3. He's 4 back. He hasn't gone out today. I just picture he's
waiting in the wings to shoot 65.
He's just what's the right movie reference here? Where he's the tag team partner. As soon as he gets tagged in, okay. He's Happy Gilmore in Dodgeball. Now you're all in big trouble.
Yeah.
Scheffler's got 4 strokes off the leaders, and he hasn't teed off today. And guys are scoring.
Going really low, yeah.
Scheffler, I'll be stunned if he's not -8 by the end of the day.
Lower than normal. I mean, maybe I am not referencing every British Open, but lower than normal at a British Open. The conditions don't look nearly as grim as they normally do.
It looks really nice out there. Guys in T-shirts. Multiple guys in T-shirts, which did not happen yesterday. And Scheffler shot -3, and I think he hit 3 fairways.
Yeah, nuts. That's how good he is.
He's just going to
approach in.
He's going to do the thing coming up this afternoon. Jeremy and Chris here with us. I subscribe to your Substack Trap Sheet.
Trap Sheet. Please do. Thanks.
Before we get to what you wrote recently, I would just like to pay homage to a former Buffalo Sabres great who has retired, Yaroslav Halak.
Forgot that he
has retired.
Forgot that he was the goalie for them. For a while.
Tribute video, please, for Yaroslav Halak. And I had to look, because I know he was here and never played, but I had to look at the terms of the trades. Does anybody out there think for a second, oh yeah, I remember that. Halak during the tank years. He was here for a week. What trade did he come in for, and what trade did he go out for?
Ooh.
Owen, our resident senior goaltending correspondent, do you remember any of that?
He came from Montreal, right? Is that right?
No.
Who have I got in my head? Something red, maybe. Devils?
I know this.
No. You do know this.
I know this.
Proving your point, isn't it?
He played on a bunch of teams for
He did. You know the trade that brought him in and the trade that sent him out?
I don't know the trade that sent him out, but I know the trade that brought him in.
He
came from St. Louis.
Yes.
Tage Thompson?
Was he part of the Tage trade?
No.
Okay.
Further
That's
back.
what I remember.
No, he's older than that.
Oh, yeah,
further
it's just 2010.
The
or
trade
2012.
was Halak, Chris Stewart, William Carrier, a first, a conditional third for Ryan Miller and Steve Ott.
Oh, yes.
Halak was in the Ryan Miller trade. Then, a week later, 5 days later, he was traded to the Capitals in exchange for, along with a third-round pick, for Michael Neuwirth and Rostislav Klesla.
I did not remember either of those two players ever playing for the Sabres.
I remember Neuwirth only because he had a couple games, and that's during the tank, and Howard's in here saying, like, you got to trade Neuwirth, he's too good.
Oh, yeah.
Anders,
the second guy, no idea.
Anders Lindback. We had some stressful moments there when, the goalies were in Neuwirth with the Sabres. How many games did Michael Neuwirth play with the Sabres? Answer is
32.
29.
Oh.
Tracking down the rest of the trade tree, the first-round pick the Sabres got in the Halak trade was used to trade Drew Stafford, Tyler Myers, and Joel Armia and Brendan Lemieux to the Jets for Zach Bogosian, Evander Kane, and Jason Kasdorf. And then the Jets drafted Jack Roslovic.
All right.
I love following those trades for like NFL stuff.
Trees
that just go forever. Like that one is, just from that one name, Halak, can get all the way to Evander Kane.
Is there a current really good NFL trade tree? I know Sabres fans, is it the Rick Martin trade tree that they've done forever and that has had decades of offshoots?
It's still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll never end.
One that I remember as a draft guy, I believe the Justin Houston trade, I believe to the Chiefs to trade up to get him. That was like, 08 or 09.
Okay.
Went for like a decade. It just kept going and going and going. And you could get, like, I would get down a rabbit hole during draft season and I'm like, I just wasted an hour. Like, I'm not writing an article on this. I'm just looking because I'm interested. There's a bunch of those in the NFL. That one always sticks out in my mind because I remember looking just a few years ago and it was still going from like 2009.
Yaroslav Halak. What might have been.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us, and 1-888-550-2550. He has retired. Okay, so, Chris, you, at your most recent post, have something about the Browns here.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like people know that the Browns did the thing with Deshaun Watson where they gave him $230 million guaranteed. And guaranteed money in the NFL.
Fully guaranteed. Yeah. Not total, fully guaranteed.
Fully guaranteed. Which
is different. Way different.
There's also the NFL and its salary structure is so screwed up that we get guaranteed at sign, fully guaranteed. It feels like even the word guaranteed is sometimes manipulated.
Well, what it's felt like is that there's been a little bit of a shift with the insiders that like 5 to 7 years ago, they would just give you the max amount in the tweet. And you're like, oh my gosh, he signed for that much. Then
Mario Williams,
yes,
$100 million.
Yeah, then they started to add in, which is kind of where they are today. Oh, with this much of guarantees in the deal, then you see it like the total guarantees, like Josh Allen's is like over 200, but then it's the fully guaranteed. If they don't play a snap, if they don't do anything, it's always significantly lower. So I always wait probably sometimes a day, 2, 3 days, depending on the star power of the player that's signed, to get the fully guaranteed figure for a deal, because those are always way drastically lower than even what is reported as the guarantees.
So the Browns gave Watson $230 million guaranteed.
Every penny.
Then what they did this year with their first pick of the second round, Carson Schwessinger, linebacker, who I saw mocked to the Bills a couple times.
Weirdly.
He got a fully guaranteed deal as the first pick of the second round. Now, that was not out of nowhere. The second round had slowly started to
get closer to 100%.
Yes. Keon Coleman got pretty close to 100% guaranteed. Schwessinger did. Then Jaden Higgins did. Now Nick Emenwari did. But you wrote about the Browns as like this trailblazer, or I don't know. That's the word I use. What would you use?
Yeah, like I don't know if they're accidentally doing this or the managerial part of the Browns is like they're being champions for labor relations for the players. And I wrote kind of at the end that I don't know if this is on purpose, if it's by accident. I tend to think, and I kind of try to make like a tongue-in-cheek joke at the end, that it's kind of like George Costanza, like doing the opposite. Like since 1999, when the Browns come back to Cleveland, almost every calculated move that they have made has been wrong. So maybe they're not even doing this in a calculated way, and they're actually ethically doing right by the players. Not that obviously the Watson deal was not great, but it certainly helped him financially when he did not deserve it. Now they ultimately were the first team to give a second rounder a 100% fully guaranteed contract. So if you're a player, you have to be thanking the Cleveland Browns right now for what they've done for you in the short term, and then via long term with negotiating leverage in the future to say, hey, look, all these guys last year, starting with Carson Schlesinger, all got fully guaranteed contracts in round 2.
How far does it go?
That's
by next year, it's mid-round 2.
Yeah.
In 3 years, is it all of round 2?
Yeah, I saw that R.J. Harvey, who I believe was the 60th pick, so near the back portion of round 2, Broncos running back from UCF, he signed his deal yesterday or 2 days ago, and it was like 47%.
Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure, because I retweeted that too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was 47% of his final year.
Yeah. So so I looked too, and I wondered how far it was going to get.
Yeah.
And that it's normally the first 2 years are fully guaranteed, but years 3 and 4 had been like not guaranteed whatsoever. He got 47% of either year 3 or year 4 fully guaranteed, which had never happened. So this could accelerate things pretty quickly for the 2026 draft class and beyond.
Which, again, like, I promise you, it should not be a big sticking point. It's not a lot of money.
No. And that's what's funny about it. It's like the Browns and their billionaire owner, Jimmy and Dee Haslam, are doing this, and the rest of the owners are probably like, oh, my God, this is like the next iteration of what they did with Watson, but it's actually helping the players a lot.
I don't exactly have the rankings of the owners that have the most money liquid. Are the Browns high on the list? They have a lot, whereas the Bengals are low. Because one of the things about the NFL that I think is always so fascinating to point out is that while there is a salary cap, it's very much a soft cap, a manageable cap. And a lot of teams are operating from when you sign a guy to whatever guaranteed, you have to put all that money in escrow like right away.
Yeah.
$200 million guaranteed for the quarterback. Like, boom, you have to write that check. And not every team is willing to do that. That's why the Eagles are a team that operates in a way where they've pushed so much money into 2030. The Eagles are paying a lot more than other teams.
Yeah, it's very important to bring that up because I'm a believer in most cases that the salary cap is not real, but you're pointing out the perfect counter that it actually is. Like Mark Davis of the Raiders, you mentioned Mike Brown of the Cincinnati Bengals. They don't just have like a few billion sitting in their bank account. And I think here in Buffalo, we all felt the gravity of that when Terry Pagula became the owner and Kim, that they were giving these signing bonuses that Ralph Wilson just wasn't doing because he didn't have that kind of money.
You have to do it. If you're not going to give those kind of bonuses, like even the Steelers have had to kind of come off of where they lived. For a while, the Steelers didn't guarantee any money past the first year in a contract.
Yeah.
Like, that's not going to work.
That was a sticking point for
T.J.
Le'Veon Bell.
Le'Veon Bell was I think it was a sticking point for T.J. Watt 2 contracts ago. Now they just got a new one. So anyway,
it says the Haslam's net worth, or Jimmy's, is $8.5 billion, and the Haslam family overall valued at $14.4 billion.
Okay, so they can write some checks.
Yeah. So maybe that's why they're doing it. And it's just funny that of all teams, the team that has not really wanted anything and done everything wrong with free agency, they've made the wrong draft picks after going over all these meetings and war rooms, and then they're just like, oh, we're just going to give Deshaun Watson this much money, and now we're going to give the first fully guaranteed deal to a second rounder.
8030550. So you wrote about the Browns and how they're kind of doing that. It's kind of strange. One guy I want to ask you about. I know you also have something I saw at your Substack here about Jordan Mason. This is where Joe's going to be mad because Joe wants people to stop talking about Jordan.
He tweeted me about it.
Jordan Mason because it happens every year. This is how fantasy football kind of works. You have a lead on a guy. This guy's going to be really good. Wow, this guy's going to be amazing. Too bad my draft's in a month because in a month, every soul on earth will have the same opinion that this guy's going to be good. So Mason, he was a good handcuff with the Niners, goes to Minnesota, and you're a big fan.
I'm a huge fan, and to your point, in our industry, when you have a feeling on a player, you talk to your editor and say, can I write about him? And then suddenly, like, all your friends that follow you on Twitter, they know about it.
Yep.
Jordan Mason got sniped like a round before I was going to pick him in my big fantasy draft that I'm in, after I wrote, like, he's my out-of-nowhere breakout guy. And I'm like, so when I tweeted the article, Joe actually messaged me and was like, please do not keep writing about Jordan Mason. I just think he is the epitome. I mean, undrafted guy. He was big in my, or he was ranked very highly in my draft algorithm that I created called Resin. So I absolutely loved him for that reason. Did not scout him. So it was like a numbers-based love for Jordan Mason. And then last season, and in the 3 years in San Francisco, when given an opportunity, uber efficient, and now he's going to another branch on the Kyle Shanahan tree in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell. And the only guy in front of him, yes, Aaron Jones went, I think, over 1,100 yards last year. He's 31 years old now. And I wrote in the article a drastic touch disparity in their careers. Like, Aaron Jones is like over 2,000 and Jordan Mason's at like 650. So I think at 26 years old, he's going to ultimately be the bell cow in Minnesota. So Joe's going to be mad at me for coming on the air and saying that now.
Chris Trapasso here in studio. What's your feeling on, I love this conversation, what happens with Travis Hunter?
I think he eventually becomes just a full wide receiver.
Doesn't that make the most sense?
Yes. Because that's what the team, I mean, they have Brian Thomas, but that's what moves the needle more than anything else. I mean, yes, if you're Darrelle Revis in his prime, and really, like, even Patrick Surtain, yes, the Broncos were great on defense last year, but he wins the Defensive Player of the Year, and it didn't feel like, oh, this team is just run by Patrick Surtain. Like, even if you're the best corner in the NFL, you can still be on a team. If you're the best receiver, you're going to probably score 24 to 27 or maybe 30-plus points a game if you're a really needle-moving wide receiver. I think he ultimately, whether that's by October or whether that's by year 2, we're saying, okay, yeah, if the Jaguars need someone at corner, they can throw him out there. But I think he eventually becomes a full-time wide receiver. The natural talent is through the roof and obvious. But in scouting him 2 years ago and then last year at Colorado, the nuance to his game at wide receiver, the ball skills, the route running, absolutely through the roof as well.
Is that going to finally get the Jaguars where they need to be?
It should.
I mean, their offense...
It absolutely should.
It shows signs, but...
Same with Trevor Lawrence. That's kind of... It's right. What you're describing and how you're feeling is like that's Trevor Lawrence, where you're like, oh, yeah, this was the best recruit and then the best prospect, and he showed signs, but then not really. And then he has a bad game with a bunch of interceptions or doesn't make the right reads when they seem obvious. If Hunter hits, they should be enough to challenge what has been a very down AFC South for a long time.
You know, Lawrence is one of my guys that, I don't know, if you've got like one of these where you have an opinion on a guy, you're like, this might be wrong, but this is how I've always felt about him. And this goes back to his days at Clemson.
Okay.
It's always been, and I know he was a generational prospect. Mm-hmm. My thought on Lawrence has always been, doesn't do it for me.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. It's always been,
Since he's been in the NFL, I felt that way. I was enamored with him as a prospect. But he would fall into the category of, at Clemson, they were absolutely loaded. They were super duper loaded. And I think there was a little bit of you could say this happened with, even going back to Matt Barkley. It certainly happened with Sam Darnold. Like, 2 seasons before he made it to the NFL, he had the great, redshirt freshman year at Clemson. And then it was like, no matter what he did, he was going to be the greatest quarterback prospect of all time. He was tall. He was white. He was, oh my God, look what he did at 18. And the next 2 seasons at Clemson were not quite as good. And that's kind of how he's been in Jacksonville with the Jaguars. And he's making over $50 million a year.
803-0550, our phone number. Sal Capaccio and Matt Beauvais will be taking It's Always Game Day in Buffalo on the road with a special training camp edition live from Bar-Bill East in Rochester. Join them Thursday, the 24th at 7 p.m. at Bar-Bill on Empire Boulevard, just a short drive from St. John Fisher. Be part of the live audience, hear their takes on training camp, the team, and enjoy Fiddlehead beer specials with event support from Fiddlehead Brewing Company, all while digging into the best wings in Western New York. Get all the details now at WGR550.com. One thing about the start of training camps, I saw Chargers camp yesterday. There was a highlight, a touchdown pass maybe to Jalen Reagor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about that?
How about that poll, yeah.
I want everyone to get ready.
Oh, you're going to see.
Are we prepared? It's July 18th. This is a
on-air touchdowns.
Well, public service announcement. We are about to get into the time of year where all you see are highlights from NFL teams claiming that the player in the highlight is about to pop off.
Yeah.
And fans of every team are about to start going nuts on every player. I saw the Jalen Reagor touchdown, and whoever it was that posted it said, Jalen Reagor getting the first training camp touchdown is perfect for training camp touchdown season.
Because it's Jalen Reagor.
It's Jalen Reagor. It's the guy that went before Justin Jefferson and has bounced around.
Like 5 or 6 teams at this point.
Who took him?
Eagles.
Yeah.
And they just...
Right, like the genius Eagles.
They haven't skipped a beat.
Nope.
It reminds me, as a draft guy at heart, too, the one-on-one drills for wide receivers at the Senior Bowl, where they literally run these routes that aren't even real routes, and they make 7 cuts, and then they leave the cornerback in the dust, and it's like, oh, look at how great of a separator blank is. That's kind of what we get to a certain degree in training camp. That's always very silly. There will be hype. There will be draft picks in fantasy that you will select based on training camp video hype that will ultimately amount to nothing. So I would say, in general, stay away from those. Maybe you can retweet something if it's something that you've never seen before. But in general, those are not my favorite things. The highlight reel catches or runs, even where there's no tackling in camp. I get that the social media team has to do that, but they're super silly.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Anyway, we'll get a break in. When we get back, we're going to check in with the chat. We're going to do that for you. You've never been here for this. The chat is on YouTube. We call them sometimes the bullpen. A lot of weird stuff happens in there. And every once in a while, we kind of open the door and see what's going on in there. We're going to do that.
Let's do it.
We're going to do that. It's coming up. What's going on in the chat? And your calls. If you want to give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Quick, guys, where's the remote? The TV's going to go into power save mode. I don't know how to operate this TV. It's in this room, and I don't know how to do it. There's got to be – just hit OK on every button so you can cancel.
There, got it. Saved us.
We did it. We just got told by the television we're watching golf for too long. Leave us alone, television. We're fine. I'm watching Bobby McIntyre and his pursuit of glory. All right, break time here on WGR.
It's so crazy going from the Stephon Diggs era and being so wide receiver one focused, and then thinking, okay, even if Elijah Moore has a really good season and the Bills give him a $10 to $12 million contract, that would be Shakir, Moore, and Josh Palmer, who we haven't talked about yet, combining for like $30 to $35 million when that's what one receiver, a Jamar Chase type wide receiver is getting in today's NFL. If you were to pose that to anyone, I mean, maybe some people would rather have just Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson, but it's almost like, why would we have not in the past wanted to say, let's diversify and have 3 really good receivers all making the same as what one receiver can do? Because if you take out Stephon Diggs in one game, we saw that the Bills' offense can really struggle.
I would push back on that. I would say diversifying is fine. Expensive diversification is a choice. Like, that's what the Bills are kind of doing here, because there are teams that diversify and they do it with not a lot of money spent. They just do it with draft picks. Like, that's ultimately at the root of my biggest disagreement with how the Bills have built. Of course, again, it doesn't mean like they're doomed, but middle class money at receiver is not something that a lot of teams do.
That's true.
And I'm not sitting here saying the Bills should have drafted Matthew Golden. I wonder if they would have if he was there. They very well might have, but he wasn't there. his salary this year will be lower than every Bills receiver, basically, as a first-round pick. So it's an odd way to do it. You could say that why pay a $30 million receiver when I can pay three $10 million receivers? And the answer is because you could pay $130 and then get 2 draft picks. Yeah. And it's the same, except you have a guy that has a lot more gravity against the defense. So I don't think I appreciate what the Bills have done from a whatever. Forget the money for a second. If they want to do it this way because they feel like this fit for them is a better fit for structurally offensively, that's fine. I don't think you can say they're saving money doing it. Having a conversation about like some, I guess it was best case scenarios for individual players. I opened up at the 7 o'clock hour with a James Cook scenario we talked about, and then Josh brought up an idea about Elijah Moore. Like, oh, what if he has a huge year and the Bills extend him? And for me, that's an interesting conversation. Like, what does a great year even look like for an Elijah Moore? Right? Like, there's a great year for Elijah Moore, and then there's a objectively great year for a receiver.
Sure.
And, you know, this offense, the way that it's kind of designed, the way that it kind of runs with all these pieces, all this everybody eats stuff, you might not have an avenue to have a objectively great season like 1,500 yards. But Moore could definitely find a spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say those are two completely different things. Just a really good wide receiver season and what Moore could realistically do within this offense. I actually, about a month or two ago, did a projection for best case scenario for Elijah Moore. And I didn't just like throw out random numbers. I took how much better Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, and John Brown got with Josh Allen, almost the Josh Allen multiplier. Going from Elijah Moore's best season, if you plug in those numbers to how much better Diggs, Beasley, and Brown got here in Buffalo, it's like 63 catches, 750-ish yards, and 2 touchdowns.
For Moore?
For Moore. And that's based off his best season and I think it's like a little over 100 targets. I heard you on the way in. Like, are there even 100 targets or 115 targets for Moore to get within this offense? Probably not. So I think any Bills fan, I think McDermott, I think Josh Allen would love 65 catches for 750 yards and 2 scores from Elijah Moore that they added post-draft. And I think that probably equates at most to a contract around $10 million. So I think sticking with the everybody eats mantra, if we're thinking, how they like to spread the football around, they also will then like to spread the money around. You would have Shakir at $13 million in this hypothetical, Elijah Moore at like $10 million. There's $23 million for 2 guys instead of paying $30 million for one.
All right, it's a Friday. We're checking in with the YouTube chat. If you follow us and watch us on YouTube, we kind of have the expectation that once we get to training camp, more people will be streaming because we'll be at St. John Fisher. You can see us. And if we sit down with Joe Brady, he's going to be there on camera with us. Like, it's a television show from training camp and a radio show. So
I'm pumped for this. I'm excited.
Expecting more, more viewers and more people in the chat.
I'm excited.
But we've got our regulars. They're in here, most days, yelling at each other about things, yelling at each other about Owen Power. What'd they yell about today? Owen? Owen's the moderator. Owen makes sure nobody gets out of hand.
Yeah, it can be both the hardest and easiest part of my job in here. There are some days that are good, some days that are bad. Today's been a little bit of both.
Okay, not bad. You and Josh have entered into a bullpen chat fantasy league.
We have.
Correct.
Wow.
We're in the bullpen fantasy league.
You have joined a fantasy league with these monsters?
I since we joined it, Coach has not stopped telling me he's going to destroy me in week 5.
There's a person in the chat named Coach, yeah.
He
and I are tight. We're good.
Yeah,
We're
super cool.
Somebody's got to put these guys in their place. I mean, we got to go show them what's up.
What a great creation this is.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I'm saying this now. It's before my first entrance into the chat, but the idea of it seems awesome to add to the show.
Whenever I get invited to a fantasy league, I play a lot of fantasy football. Hold on, let me Google the average number of fantasy teams because I have been below average lately. Average number of fantasy teams. What's the average number for a person to have?
I would guess 5.
Okay. Now, this has been moving slowly. If you Google that, the average number of teams in a fantasy league, that's not what I want. Average number of fantasy teams a person has. It's been around 6 or 7 for a couple years.
Where are you at?
Let me count. 3 dynasty, 1 redraft, and 2 or 3 guillotine. That might be it puts me at 7.
I'm under. I'm at 4 or 5.
4?
Yeah, 4.
5. I'm in a vampire league. I don't count that.
Okay.
It's not.
It's
not that fun.
Gimmicky. Yeah.
It's fine. It's a thing to do. It's not that fun. However, I did see Ian Harditz, who's a fantasy football writer. He posted a Twitter poll: favorite form of fantasy football, and he gave 4 options. Traditional redraft, which is how a lot of people were introduced to fantasy football. Dynasty, best ball, and guillotine. Dynasty is, of course, you draft, you keep your players, you have drafts. Best ball is you draft a team and you get the best scores no matter what. You don't have to set your lineups. And then guillotine is the one, it's the newest format. You in any guillotine leagues?
I'm not.
You've never played it?
No, I've never played it. Is it fun?
Oh. So anyway, this Twitter poll that Ian Harditz put up, what's your favorite form of fantasy football? He got 7,343 votes. Guillotine finished in dead last by a lot.
Wow.
2%. And guillotine is the only format that at my current fantasy load, if someone says, you want to be in a league? I'm like, what is it? Guillotine. Yeah, all right, I'll be in a guillotine league.
Okay.
Guillotine is the best format.
Okay.
It is the best format that there is.
I'll write that down.
If you don't know what guillotine is, we'll educate you again. I did a guillotine league, a listener guillotine league to try and introduce people. I did a free guillotine league on my street with my friends and neighbors to try and show them, just gateway them in. Like, listen, the guillotine life is where it's at. Guillotine is you draft a team, and then you start your players, and you can have any number of teams. You can have 10 teams in your league. You can have 20. I have a league with 20 guillotine.
Oh, wow.
Every week, the lowest scoring team is out. And all their players go on waivers. And it's blind waivers.
Ooh,
and you
I love that idea.
And you pick up the players, and then the next week, the lowest team is out. All the way to the end of the season. So over the course of the season, the teams get better and better and better and better. And all you have to do is not finish in last.
Okay.
Until the last week of the season, which we do week 17, I think. And I've done that as a 3-team final lately to make it more interesting. But you haven't lived in fantasy football until it is Monday Night Football, and you need Jerry Jeudy to get 7.7 or your season is over.
What I like about that, too, is that it's so you don't play against someone else.
It's just your team.
Points. Yeah.
You just got to make it.
Yeah. Okay.
And the beauty of it is also what happens in a traditional redraft league if your team's not good.
By week 8, you're done.
And if you're not setting your lineup, your friends are mad at you.
Yeah.
Go and set your lineup. Why? My team stinks. And guillotine, if your team stinks, you're just out. Mm-hmm. You don't have to check it ever again. See you later. Have a good time. Let me know who won.
Or if your team's really bad, you're just like, well, I wasn't the worst, so I'm still alive.
Well, as long as you can do work.
And then you could do some waiver wire acquisitions, and suddenly you're one of the better teams.
Right, exactly.
I like that idea a lot.
You finished second from the bottom, and the guy that finished at the bottom had Josh Allen in a bad week. Go bid on Josh Allen, and he's on your team now.
Yeah, cool. I like that.
It's the best. It stunned me to see that. I guess it didn't stun me. Only 3% of the people that voted in Ian's poll said guillotine was their most favorite format, which means that the world has not yet been introduced to guillotine properly.
Hopefully this is like a public service announcement.
Yeah. More people need to be playing it. Many more. It's the best format.
Before you just explain guillotine, which sounds fantastic, I would have said Dynasty Best Ball. Because Best Ball to me, like I
Dynasty Best Ball, both.
Yes, together. Because I think me being like having the bias toward the NFL draft, I like doing the rookie drafts every year.
Me too.
And the best ball element is just, to me, so much better than having a guy with 40 points on your bench.
Right. You just go ahead and he's on my team, his points count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I've not played a lot of best ball formats. It would take a lot of the stress out of it.
It does. Of sitting there, you're at the tailgate, the service isn't really good, and you're like, oh, do I put in Jerry Jeudy or Cortland Sutton? I'm not really sure who's going to be my wide receiver 2 or 3 today. And then it seems like you always make the wrong decision, and Cortland Sutton has 3 catches for 20 yards, and Jerry Jeudy has 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
On your bench.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
Is there anything noteworthy from the chat that we should get to?
Well, the Fantasy League was one of the things.
Okay.
What else is going on in the chat today? There was they were arguing about Pat McAfee's role at ESPN.
He's everywhere.
He is. He is everywhere.
He's just like the host of everything.
Yeah, they were arguing about that for a while.
Okay.
They're a fan of yours. A couple of emoji salutes.
Oh, sweet. Thanks, guys.
I don't know if anybody subscribed to Trap Sheet, the Substack, but you can go ahead and do that, guys, if you'd like to. So, yeah, the chat. It is... It's something.
I'm sure once training camp starts, like you said, it'll go wild. Especially, like you said, if you're interviewing Joe Brady, you get Brandon Beane on. I think it'll absolutely be set on fire.
I also am excited for. I'm not saying I'm excited for a Bills loss. That's not what I mean. But presumably the Bills will lose a game this year, and when that happens, I just want to see this thing roll. I want to see. Owen will have to not. You can't even afford to moderate it because the comments will be flying at each other too fast, too furious.
Yeah, it's funny how it's completely changed from the drought era where you were just hoping the Bills would be only a game or two under 500 by Thanksgiving to be in the hunt. I mean, obviously you know very well that the in the hunt graphic that the Bills lived in for 17 years. But now it's when the Bills lose a game. This when I talk to my dad and my uncle and my closest friends that are Bills fans, it's the sky is falling. Should they get rid of Sean McDermott? I think now it's time. Josh Allen might be kind of like Jameis Winston. It's guys, they lost a game. They're 8-1. Everything's fine. Just because they lost to a really good team doesn't really mean anything. I've gotten to that San Antonio Spurs, Tim Duncan era feeling with the Bills, like you mentioned at the outset of the show. I want to enjoy the season, and obviously the Bills getting off to a good start is important, but talk to me in January.
Yeah.
And that goes for microcosm of it is Joey Bosa to the grand scale of just I'm not overly concerned with anything until it's probably around Christmas.
The Chiefs and receiver Rashee Rice, the Chiefs are preparing for him to be suspended 2 to 4 games.
Yeah, that's probably going to be it.
So he got sentenced to 5 years probation and 30 days of jail time. And what could it be? How many games could he ultimately miss? A report here, they're preparing for 2 to 4 games, which probably means what? 4 games he appeals and then it's 3?
Yeah,
something like that.
Probably.
There's often an appeal that drops that down. The Chiefs' schedule, when will they be missing Rice, who is a pretty good receiver? He's
yak guy, big time yak.
Yeah, big time yak guy, big power slot kind of guy,
He
right?
is.
That's what they use him for.
Yep.
Their first 3 games, 2 of the first 3 are super interesting. First off, they open in Brazil against the Chargers.
They do.
And then they play
on a Friday.
That's right. And then they play the Eagles. Super Bowl rematch, week 2, Sunday, 4:25 at Arrowhead. If he misses 3 games, it's the Giants. The 4th game is Baltimore.
Oh, so if it gets to 4, then that's...
If it gets to 4, that's Chargers, Eagles, Ravens that he would miss.
Yeah, like off the top, you're like, oh, 4 games, not a big deal. But with how slim the margins have been to be the 1 seed or the 2 seed and host the AFC title game or be on the road between Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens, 3 of those first 4 are some pretty big games in terms of how they could swing seeding in the AFC.
You'd really like to see the Chargers, like, shockwaves through the NFL, beat the Chiefs in the opener.
Finally beat them.
People might start believing in the Chargers. People might start believing that somebody else in the AFC West can do something there. I do have a level of belief in them, even though they did, completely collapse in the playoffs, and Herbert threw 4 picks in the playoffs after throwing 3 the entire year. I think Harbaugh's a good coach, and I have liked their drafts the last couple of years. I think their offensive identity is whatever. I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be good. I think there will be a long-time challenger to the Chiefs for the next 3-4 years.
And I think the Raiders are going to be drastically better. Like total makeover of that team, the organization, from Tom Brady to Geno Smith. But to stick with the Chargers, their GM Joe Hortiz was the second in command in Baltimore behind Eric DaCosta for like 12 years. So I think he understands how to build a deep playoff contending team. Obviously, last year was his first year as the GM. He's now had a full year, his own draft, his free agents. So, yeah, I think the Chargers were obviously good last year. They were a playoff team, and like you mentioned, they were leading the Texans, I think, in the second quarter of that game before the collapse. They're going to be a team to be reckoned with in the AFC in general and in the AFC West, the Chiefs division.
CJ in Buffalo real quick before the break. Hey, CJ, what's up?
Hey, guys, quick question. There's a lot of talk about Hurts and how he's not in the top 5 on some of these tiers or charts. Does he jump Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen if he wins another Super Bowl? No. I don't think he's more talented, but as far as a team accomplishment and being an MVP, would he jump him, or where does he put in the ranks? Because we talked about Burrow after winning 1 Super Bowl, and he hasn't been in the playoffs in 2 years. Oh, he's been to a Super Bowl. He's been to a Super Bowl. This guy has won 2 if he gets a second.
What do you think, Jeremy?
I think he's just not better than them.
No, yeah.
Who's the better quarterback? Not Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, and that's where, to the caller's question, it's like, if it's an accomplishment rankings, then yeah, he's like second to Mahomes in this era if he wins that second Super Bowl. But if we're looking at just capabilities at the quarterback spot, and this is kind of going back to draft talk, no, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson can give you more at quarterback than Jalen Hurts. You put Josh Allen on the Eagles, you put Lamar Jackson on the Eagles with how loaded their roster is, you would get better than what they've gotten with Jalen Hurts.
So
still really good, though. Still a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah. It's a little question. You put Josh Allen on the Eagles, and what do you have? Why haven't they built the Eagles around Josh Allen?
What's that?
Why haven't the Bills built the Eagles around Josh Allen?
They've recently kind of tried to by fortifying the defensive line, adding a second, early second round pick.
A great offensive line.
Good offensive line, like the Eagles have done, spent like a lot of picks, spent a lot of money on the offensive line. So that's a good question. I think it's semi-loaded because it's hard to get Jalen Carter and to get as many good players and draft as many good players as they have. But Howie Roseman's build from front to back philosophy with just great in the trenches, and then the rest will kind of take care of itself. The biggest difference is the A.J. Brown trade, drafting Jalen Reagor, missing on him, drafting Devontae Smith, hitting on him. That's been the clearest difference between the two. But overall, I think they are actually pretty aligned in how they've built their teams around their star quarterbacks.
803-0550, our phone number. McIntyre birdies 17. After bogeying 16 is 5 under. Right, all right. Get one more on 18. Is 18
You're looking good, Jeremy.
Is 18 a birdie hole? I'm going to rap. You tell me to rap. I'm asking you if 18's a birdie hole. I got to know. Some of us have never been more in love with the idea of Robert McIntyre winning an Open Championship. All right, we'll get Extendo Sports in coming up. We're having a conversation about I guess it was best case scenarios for individual players. I opened up at the 7 o'clock hour with a James Cook scenario we talked about. And then Josh brought up an idea about Elijah Moore. Like, what if he has a huge year and the Bills extend him? And for me, that's an interesting conversation. Like, what what does a great year even look like for an Elijah Moore, right? Like, there's a great year for Elijah Moore, and then there's a objectively great year for a receiver.
Sure.
And, this offense, the way that it's kind of designed, the way that it kind of runs with all these pieces, all this everybody eats stuff, you might not have an avenue to have a objectively great season, like 1,500 yards. But Moore could definitely find a spot.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say those are two completely different things. Just a really good wide receiver season and what Moore could realistically do within this offense. I actually, about a month or two ago, did a projection for best case scenario for Elijah Moore. And I didn't just throw out random numbers. I took how much better Stephon Diggs, Cole Beasley, and John Brown got with Josh Allen, almost the Josh Allen multiplier. Going from Elijah Moore's best season, if you plug in those numbers to how much better Diggs, Beasley, and Brown got here in Buffalo, it's like 63 catches, 750-ish yards, and 2 touchdowns.
For Moore?
For Moore. And that's based off his best season and I think it's like a little over 100 targets. I heard you on the way in, are there even 100 targets or 115 targets for Moore to get within this offense? Probably not. So I think any Bills fan, I think McDermott, I think Josh Allen would love 65 catches for 750 yards and 2 scores from Elijah Moore that they added post-draft. And I think that probably equates at most to a contract around $10 million. So I think sticking with the everybody eats mantra, if we're thinking, how they like to spread the football around, they also will then like to spread the money around. You would have Shakir at $13 million in this hypothetical, Elijah Moore at like $10 million. There's $23 million for 2 guys instead of paying $30 million for one.
Brian, the live crowd. I mean, no DeChambeau and Rom in the mix, I guess. As you look at the leaderboard, I see a few more no names than I do see. The rival tour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We go back and forth about is Liv making these guys worse is not the right statement. Is Liv preparing them for these big time events?
Is it dulling their blade? How about that?
That's I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I think that's good. These guys have to come in and play in tough conditions for 4 straight days. And yesterday's rounds, by the way, the McElroy's group yesterday with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, their round was nearly 6 hours. It was like 5 hours and 50-some minutes. So, I mean, it is a grind out there. And, Liv is not set up for that. It's set up to be more of what they signed up for, which is maybe a little bit more easier. The shotgun start, everybody is kind of playing at the same pace, and it's a little quicker, and it's only 3 rounds instead of 4. It's not to say that John Rahm can't overcome that or Bryson DeChambeau can't overcome that, but we've seen a lot of players just in general here since Liv started, kind of, as you say, their blade is getting dulled. I mean, when's the last time Dustin Johnson has been relevant?
No.
He was a player that was supposed to be great. When Cam Smith left, I mean,
he was up and coming. He was amazing.
We were thinking like, oh my goodness, this is a top 3 player in the world. And not only he hasn't even done anything on Liv necessarily, and even these majors that he is in, he hasn't been a factor in any of them. So, I don't want to just jump and say, well, if you play Liv, you can't play well in the majors. But I feel like there's a lot of evidence now that the majority, and again, we can probably throw DeChambeau out and maybe a little lately with Rahm out, but overall, they don't step up in these events, even given the opportunity.
wrapping things up. Rory, -3 overall, tied for 10th, on the move at Royal Portrush.
A lot of low scores still.
Yeah. Scheffler is teeing off at, let's say, 10-10?
10-10. We got Brian Harman shot 65, Tyrrell Hatton 69, Hogard 68. So a lot of rounds in like the mid to high 60s.
It's a par 71.
Oh, 71. Okay.
Yeah. And Scheffler's round score is over under 68.5.
Can I get in a quick golf snippet here? So we're watching the British Open. I want to give a shout out to Melanie Green from Medina, my hometown where I live. Shellridge Country Club member, my club in Medina. She, last summer, won the British Women's Amateur Golf Tournament. Like this long, like match play, like 64 players go through it. She won that. Was the first American woman to win it in like 25 years. And currently, she is the second on the Epson Tour money list. That is like the tour right below the LPGA. The top 15 make their card. So we may have a Western New Yorker. We probably will have a Western New Yorker on the LPGA Tour next year. Melanie Green, great job. From Medina to USF, now to the Epson Tour, and probably next year the LPGA Tour.
Very cool. Very cool.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming in. We'll hope to do it again.
Football and golf, like in a mid-July day, like
what's better
on a Friday, 4 or 5 days pre-Bills camp. This has been a lot of fun.
Your hat. The chat also liked your hat. Inlet, New York. That's Adirondacks.
Just past Old Forge. It's where my wife's family's had a camp for like 70 years. Absolutely love Inlet. Screaming Eagle Wings. If you go there, they are Buffalo quality. They're really good.
Is there a Seventh Chain Brewery or something like that? Or there's a name?
Seventh Lake House is up there.
Something like that, yeah.
It has good wings, too. I've never been there, but...
Yeah. Great spot, the Adirondacks. Always love to get up there when we can.
Love it.
Well, Chris, thanks for coming in.
This is fun.
Trap Sheet. Google Trap Sheet. Subscribe to Chris's Substack. I've become a subscriber today. Very excited to check out all the stuff you write. And, we'll check in soon. Thanks for coming in.
Yep, thank you.
Zach and Derek on the way. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. And then we're back Monday. It's camp week. Joe and I will be here 6 a.m. bright and early on Monday to celebrate Bobby McIntyre's win at the Open Championship and the start of football season.